Good morning, Sambonani. My name is Pervaiz Khan. I'm the co-convener of Reframing Africa with my colleague Cynthia Cross. I'd like to welcome you today and to tomorrow, which are going to be two very packed but inspiring days. Reframing Africa was started in 2016 when we realized that there was a very special anniversary in the early part of that year that was on the horizon. The anniversary was of the first screenings of films in Africa. So what happened in 1895 in Europe, that the Lumiere brothers held the first film screenings in Paris, which was in 1895, December 28th. A short while later, the first screenings took place in London by somebody called R.W. Paul, who was an engineer and a scientist. So he came up with a similar technology as the Lumiere brothers. And that was in February, March of 1896. It just happened that an American magician was passing through London at that time. He saw this technology, the cinematograph, being used by R.W. Paul and wanted it for his magic show. R.W. Paul refused because he only had 2 of these projectors, and he said no. And the magician, Carl Hertz, got him drunk on the last night in London and put some money in his hand and took a screwdriver and unscrewed the cinematograph from the platform and put it on a ship. The ship was sailing to South Africa. He arrived in South Africa, and in May 1896, he arrived in Johannesburg and set up the first public screening in Africa in Johannesburg, about 10 minutes walk from where I am now in Johannesburg. And so within 6 months of this technology coming to life in Europe, it also came to life in Africa. So Africa was part of that loop from the very beginning, in the sense of the visual image and the role it has played in our lives. The technology itself initially built on what was already there in photography, and later it added the audio. And now, obviously, in all our lives across the world, it plays a role in one form or another, from our mobile phones to the laptop screens that you're probably watching this on. So it's become part of what our daily lives are, wherever we are in the world, in different sorts of ways. But what we're looking at is the importance and significance of the archive over this weekend, because we realized some time ago, this is the 4th edition in terms of Reframing Africa. The first one was a very modest affair, which our brothers and comrades Abu Bakr and John Akomfrah were part of in 2016 in May, and the subsequent ones, they've grown. But we've decided to focus on the archive, the cinematic archive, the visual archive, the photographic archive, the audio archive, and how it interconnects. And obviously, because the technology of cinema brings all of these together. I don't want to spend too much time saying much more. This event, the webinars, are made possible through the Wits School of Arts, who I work for, the History Workshop, which is at Wits, the Market Photo Workshop, and the Windy Brow Art Centre, who've all been partners in this journey that we're embarking on. And it's an ongoing journey. The first panel will, Brother Silas will introduce. We're going to keep the introductions short. All of you should have a copy of the program, and you should also have abstracts and biographies for each of the speakers. I look forward to you joining us for the rest of the weekend and listening to all the panelists. Go well.
Thank you, Pervaiz. My name is Silas Nkosi. I will be chairing the panel, the visual as the archival monument. And I have 3 amazing panel members that will be sharing their work with us today, and that we will also be engaging with. Just a short background on myself is that I am the manager curriculum and training at the Market Photo Workshop, and I'm also an educationist, and I then am a master's student with Tshwane University of Technology. Like Pervaiz said, it's not about us, it's about these three amazing people that we have, and we're gonna then speak to these people and they're gonna tell us about their work. Right now, I need to introduce you to the first panel member, who is Mpho Khwezi. Mpho Khwezi is also a photographer and a facilitator at the Market Photo Workshop. Mpho Khwezi is work is talking about a piece of paper, and then when I saw this title, a piece of paper, like, are you referring to any piece of paper or what? Unfortunately, I then discovered that it's not just a piece of paper, but there's more to it. He's addressing issues of the past and the present in terms of the work that he does, how land sits, can travel from past to present in terms of the visual. So we're looking forward to hear him present his work and then basically his processes as to how he has done his work. And then we also have, as Pervaiz have said, you have biographies and abstracts which you can read. We also have Paul Weinberg, who will be also speaking about the archivist as an activist. And Paul is more into digitizing the photographic work, and the imperative is driven by the needs of preservation, of public accessibility, of scholarship, and research, among others. But he will then take us through his work and give us what he's all about, and we will be looking forward to hearing from what Paul is going to present to us. I also have Thando Mama. Thando Mama is a practicing. He will be then talking to us about reframing Ntaba Kandoda, and Thando Mama will then. He's a practicing artist, educator, and a researcher, and he also holds an MFA of photography from Rhodes University, among other things. So they will then present themselves and let us know about their good work. So without wasting any time, I'm going to hand you over to Mpho Khwezi to do his presentation on a piece of paper. But before I hand over to Mpho Khwezi, the request is that all the panelists will do their presentations, and as soon as they are done doing their presentations, we can then open it to the floor and start to engage in discussions, and then we will then also discuss, answer the questions that will be raised. So Mpho Khwezi, over to you.
Before I even start, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Mpho Khwezi. I'm a photographer and a photography facilitator at the Market Photo Workshop. So I've been a photographer for a couple of years and around 15 years. So also I've been a facilitator at the Market Photo Workshop for 11 years. So I've been on this journey of photography, and then at some point in relation to a piece of paper, the project that I'm going to be presenting to you is that the beginning of last year, I've noticed something. I've noticed the land grabs, people in South Africa around my community in Zimbabwe, in the Val. So people moving around in Orange Farm, people moving around, occupying empty spaces. So in the back of my mind, so that it's something that was I had questions about it, like how do people just go and occupy the land that doesn't belong to them? Little did I know that I was going to be part of the taking over, because at some point I inherited the house from my grandmother, and then with my grandmother passing, the family members have had a problem with me owning the house alone, regardless whether I have a title deed. And then in my culture, in our culture as Black people, it's not allowed to, you can't defend yourself with a title deed. So the title deed was overwritten by my family that I can't own the house alone. I deserve to live there with my cousins and everyone else, of which I wanted the space for myself because the title deed says it's my space. So then I started photographing this issue of a title deed, of which even while the proceeding was going, because I haven't even moved, but my family members, including my mother and my uncle, so they gathered together and changed the title deed. Went to the Home Affairs, went to the Mpho municipality and changed the title deed. To myself, I was asking myself, like, how come I had so much faith in a piece of paper of a title deed, but my family member have managed to change it? I don't know, like, I felt betrayed. I felt like I'm relying on a piece of paper that can never ever help me. So also here's another interesting point is that in South Africa, a lot of young people like me, we live in on inheritance. So in all the time, we don't have the land that we call our own. All the time, we're finding ourselves inheriting this land. And at some point, we end up raising our children at the houses or at the places or the flats that we have rented. At some point, our children sort of identify those spaces as their home, of which is not their home. You are renting, it's not your home. So there's been a lot of secrecy between the Black community. Like my mother have never shared any information regarding the title deed. My mother never said anything regarding the title deed. So while photographing the assignment, while photographing the project, so I was a friend of Miss Van Tonder. She was one of the white ladies who were occupying and owning the land of Sebokeng. So what brought me to her was photography. So she was photographing, and then we'll exchange ideas on photography. And during last year, when the land grabs came about, she had a title deed for the land, but she literally had to run away. I remember helping her pack her stuff, and then she wanted to throw away a box of lots of film that she photographed, but never actually processed. So I asked her to give me the film. So she did give me the film. So one thing that I didn't know what I was going to do with it. At some point, I said to myself, no, you know what? At some point, I'm going to photograph this land issue and then print Miss Van Tonder's images and put them next to mine to sort of communicate an idea of land of people who have been misplaced. But I ran out of film at some point while I was photographing. And then I took a risk, and then I re-photographed on top of Miss Van Tonder's work. So what really happened was it gave me a fresh eye on how to look at this land issue. So when you're looking at my images from image number 1 until image number 9, the first image that I'm presenting on the slideshow is a husband of Miss Van Tonder, and then at the back is the landscape of the area where I'm living. I'm currently living, and the people that have occupied that land, my friends, the people that I grew up knowing, they've occupied that land already now. So it's that landscape. So I'm trying to communicate, or not even communicate, but complicate this idea of how things have always been, because we've always been following. Even when you're looking at issues of contracts at work, I feel like all these pieces of papers that we look for informative, they're not informative. They actually supporting the people who are giving it to you. Hence, I remember when I opened my exhibition at the Market Photo Workshop, 1989 gallery. One of the people who came to my exhibition was actually asking me a question like, Mpho, what with the double exposure images, like the first image that I was speaking about, with that first image, is like, which one is Miss Van Tonder's image? And then I'm like, no, there's no Miss Van Tonder's image. It's my image. So also that, what I've also created, and also the title of the work, a piece of paper, is also to sort of interrogate and also complicate and also ask a lot of questions to photographers that is what we photographing actually the truth, or is it informative? The way we believe it's informative, because when someone comes in and look at the just opposing images that I've done and one. The white people, when they came to Africa, they said they occupied and they occupied an unclaimed land. So even with me, like the way I've used Miss Van Tonder's film is in a way of reclaiming used. So I think that's roughly how a piece of paper has been constructed. And also what I also want to share with you is that I'm continuing with the project. It's not done. It's not finished. And also the exhibition is still up at the Market for Workshop, 1989 gallery. So I'm inviting people to come and check it out, and let's engage in this topic of a piece of paper.
Thank you. Thank you, Mpho Khwezi, for that. I do not know if you would still want us to maybe look at a number of images that we must just look at. Maybe just quickly take us through the images that we have, giving you about 5 minutes to take us through just those images so that we can see what is on picture number 1, number 2, and all of that.
I can't see the images, but I know the numbers. But here it goes. So the first one, like I said, is Mr. Van Tonder. He actually passed. The only person that left to inherit the land was Miss Van Tonder. And then the second image, I can't remember what it is. I think, yeah, I know what it is. So it was at Miss Van Tonder's house. There's a house that a helper used to stay in. So in that house, one thing that used to happen is that after building that house, at some point there was a tree growing inside the house. So it even demolished the roof of the house, and they chopped it down. But in months and years, it grew up. The tree grew again, and then still demolished the house. So the helper actually, they left the house as it is, and then built another house somewhere for the helper. And then when I went to ask them about that house, why is it abandoned? I saw the tree, but I thought the tree was behind the house, but it was actually inside the house. So I went inside the house. So that image is actually a passage of that house, because what I was also visualizing when the helper was telling me, like, Mpho, there's no way a tree can grow inside a house. I've been living, I've lived with my parents. A tree has never grown inside a house. So I think that house has got evil spirits, and then it's haunted, that house. So with that, I wanted to create that sort of a scary like movie. So to sort of support the message of the helper, saying the house in Miss Van Tonder's yard that is abandoned is actually having evil spirits. So image number 3, I can't remember image number 3, Mr. Silas.
Yeah, no, what we can do is I think, thank you, Mpho, for doing a presentation. What I would just want us is to run through Mpho's slides for the remaining time, and basically reflect perhaps on those images. We can just run it through as a quick slideshow, just for the people to see the work that he's been talking about. And then we'll wrap it up from there. So we'll sort of give it about a minute or 2 for the slideshow to run. So can we just maybe look at Mpho's work for about 2 minutes, and then we'll wrap it up from there.
Okay.
While we're looking at Mpho's work as the slide is going through, I think he raised some interesting things around how he grabbed the land through their camera when he said, the people have been grabbing land, so I also used Mrs. Van Tonner's film to actually grab her work. It's not Miss Van Tonner's work because the film was just going to be thrown away. So I've asked for the film and the film was given to me. So I then reproduced my own, I then took my own pictures using the same film. So that double exposure effect that he has actually produced through the work. So that was his way of reclaiming the work and looking at the past and the present. So it's quite amazing how basically we can look at the visual as an archival monument to say you have these pictures that have been taken by Ms. Van Tonner, and you've got these pictures that are now being taken by Mpho, and now Mpho has an exhibition of the work that people are asking him a question, which one is actually yours and which one is Ms. Van Tonner's? And then his answer is like, there's no Ms. Van Tonner's work here, it's my work, because Ms. Van Tonner's was throwing away the film. I've managed to take the old film and actually expose over the same images. And then I think it was quite interesting for me to know that he didn't even see where what was actually on the film. So he just took the film and shot what he wanted to shoot with an intention of seeing what will be the final outcome. So the only thing he can see on his camera is what he's photographing. But what he's photographing against or double exposing against is actually not seen. So that is the process that actually was quite interesting to be able to then see the final product and in the images that he has chosen. So I think that technique was quite interesting, and it was actually a good way of archiving work, even if in our terms we'll think archiving is actually taking what is already existing and making photocopies, or taking what is already existing and documenting it and shelving it and storing it in a proper way so that it's got a longer term of existence. But for him to grab the land and also archive at the same time and create a monument, if I may put it that way, of that type of work, I think it really is interesting. Thank you very much, Mpho, for your presentation. I hope people who have joined us today have learned one or two things and have also and appreciated the work that you've done. So I think we will then before. Is there anything that you want to say in closing? You have a minute.
So in a support statement to the archival. So I think the juxtaposition that I've done on the images is also to inform, is also to actually make people aware that photography and archival, we can actually do a lot, saving other works that have been produced instead of going the normal route of what we know photography is all about, photographing and printing, maybe reprinting all on top of other people's work, and collaboration can actually also help the visual archive. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mpho Khwezi from he has shown us his piece of paper. I think all of us can really say that the work that we've seen is amazing work, and as he said, he has not completed the work. That is still ongoing. We're looking forward to see what more will come out of the project. And then please do visit the Gallery 89, where he has exhibited his work at the Market Photo Workshop, and actually come and see what Mpho Khwezi is seeing and actually feel the space. Mpho Khwezi, thank you very much for your presentation. I think we will then move over and introduce Paul Weinberg, and then I think he will also give us his short introduction and then go into his presentation. Paul, over to you. Thank you so much.
Oops, sorry. I wonder if you could start the slideshow, please. I can't see if it's on, so will you just give me a thumbs up? Is it showing? Showing. Is it showing, Silas? Okay. So I'd just like to thank everyone for this opportunity. And I'm talking about the archivist as activist, and I've been involved in archiving for about 40 years, but formally only in the last 15 years. And the more I become involved in archives, the more I realize that it's in this country, it's a project against national amnesia and also against the grain. I'd just like to start with a reference, just to give us a kind of a context, from Christopher Morton and Darren Newberry, who described the African photograph at best as a highly distributed object with endless microhistories and a vast number of custodians, archivists, curators, consumers, and reproducers. I was involved, I produced and wrote an article about African digital photography with a colleague called Jörg Schneider, and we recently published this in a journal called No Way Back. And here I would like to suggest that digitization offers a total reimagination, repurposing, and democratization of archives previously inaccessible to a continent. It offers agency, curation, and recuration of material that questions staid and fixed ideas of what Africa is. The digital moment and digitization is prevalent throughout the world, but let's just consider how it reflects on this part of the world, and particularly in South Africa. Could we move to the next slide, please? Recently, there's been an auction, and you might have seen this, of vernacular photography from South Africa. It's sold for 40,000 euros, and it was owned by someone called Alan Gousson in Brussels. The University of Johannesburg put in a bid, but they couldn't afford to pay for this. And this is just another example of our archives being hemorrhaged to the rest of the world. Next slide, please. This collection that was acquired by Stephen Dubin from Columbia University claims that a museum discarded this collection, and he acquired it in that way. And it's kind of embarrassing that, people from outside have to write about our lost and found photographs. When I suggested to Stephen that he reposit this collection in South Africa, he was somewhat reticent. And so that's another collection that's left the shores. I've been involved with vernacular photography for quite some time, looking at this neglected tradition. And I produced a book and an exhibition called The Other Camera. I found, next slide, please. And the next slide, please. I found a collection of images from the Ngalima family who kept them and lived in the East Rand. And we digitized 5,000 images that became the basis of a doctoral thesis by someone called Sophie Feider at Leiden University. Next slide, please. I retrieved this collection from New York. It's the Bobson Monhanlao collection, or otherwise known as Bobby Bobson. And the deal that we made was that we would digitize this collection and make it available to them. Next slide, please. There are a number of collections what I could show, but just because of time, I'll just be quite. I won't have time to do that. But one of the important collections that we also included in the exhibition was the work of Lindeka Kampi, who was part of a photo collective called Elisa Lebantu, and she did this work on street photography and street culture in Khayelitsha. Next, please. In about 2013, or just the year before, I worked with the late David Goldblatt, Pam Warren, and Bongi Tlomo, and we curated an exhibition on Mhlaba, land, which means land. And this references actually what Mpho was talking about. Next slide, please. And here we found a remarkable picture of the hut tax, which really kind of speaks to a deep issue that runs right through the South African landscape. And it was a postcard that the colonials sent back home, but it really actually talks about this travesty and what happened in this historical moment when Black people were basically forced off the land and forced to work in the mines. Next slide, please. We also found a remarkable collection of from a portrait studio in Polokwane. And the sitters in both these images are aspirant middle class, but the difference really at the time, and these were taken around the time of the 1913 Land Act, was the sitters on the left were soon to be dispossessed of land and only to get their citizenship and be able to vote 80 years later. And this defines so much about South Africa into the present. Next slide, please. The formation of the ANC was very much to do with the Land Act. And here is a group that petitioned the Queen to rescind the Land Act, but they were unfortunately unsuccessful, as we know. Next. And then along the journey, I found this image, and only because it wasn't accessible in South Africa. I searched high and wide and far for an image of this historical moment in white supremacy. And strangely enough, it was just not accessible. So we had to retrieve this image and find this image from Getty Images in London. And it is a photograph taken by Margaret Bork-White when she came to cover South Africa in 1949 for Life magazine. Next. I'm presently working on a project called the Photography Legacy Project, which includes the archives of David Goldblatt, and this is a photograph of David's here. And I'd previously been working with David's archive when I was working at UCT. I'm also working with the Alf Kumalo family and the Ernest Cole family, as well as we've produced the work of Ruth Matau, and we continue to digitize material with the resources that are available. I'd like to single out and focus on Ernest Cole here, because it's pertinent to our conversation. Ernest Cole, for those of you who don't know, photographed Black life under apartheid in the 1960s. He left the country in 1966 and produced a book called A House of Bondage in 1967, and essentially languished in exile for many years and died 1 week after the release of Nelson Mandela in 1990 and others. The narrative until recently has been that Ernest Cole's archive was lost, his negatives and prints. And then in 2017, Leslie Matliatsani, who's the chairperson of the Cole Family Trust, was invited to go to Sweden, where he retrieved 2 trunks of material, negatives, from a Swedish bank. And so the lost archives of Ernest Cole have thankfully been found. And we're involved in digitizing with the family and Wits historical papers 14,000 of the South African negatives and 45,000. Next slide, please. 45,000 images from America, and he documented thoroughly the American South as well, and people don't know much about that. So our intention is to, with all the other archives from the Photo Legacy Project, is to make this material accessible for research and educational purposes. So in passing, or in some concluding thoughts about digitization and the archival moment, I'd like to share some with you. African photographic collections today often simply reflect their uncomfortable pasts and former colonial relationships on the one hand, and their weak institutional integration, as well as lack of resources, both financial and human, on the other. However, digitization of photographic collections and archives potentially bring to the fore a mechanism to deal with important matters like repatriation, knowledge sharing, and genuine empowerment of local skills and agency within African countries. Finally, there is a great potential too that digitized collections can become alternative historical resources in countries that boast oral and visual creative traditions, yet in which rates of literacy remain high. Digitized African photographic archives offer hope for a highly contradictory, inaccessible pattern of visual consumption. No longer tied to their location and now accessible, they can offer many new kinds of conversations and narratives, and become distribution outlets for reimagining memory, history, and heritage in their localized African contexts. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Paul, for your presentation. I think among all of us here, you are the oldest monument, if I may put it that way.
I'm a dinosaur.
Yeah, no. I think we just not even listening to the presentation and just looking at you, I see that you've been through a number of cameras and you've been through a number of images. The numbers that you are mentioning of the amount of work that needs to be archived and has been archived, it's quite amazing. And I think especially the work, the idea of making sure that what has been produced in Africa remains in Africa, and those who are currently practicing and those who are coming into the future will be able to have some Pan-African reference to the type of work that we need. And in education, as a space where a lot of reference material when it comes to what was done by African photographers, it's a very, 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 very disappointing space. So to have people like you who are embarking in such projects where collecting this knowledge that is not just going to be an archive visual as an archival monument, but more of work that the current and the future people, photographers, and every other person that needs to know about the history of this country from a visual point of view will have some sort of space and visual to look at the works. Thank you so much for that. I think it's a great development for our communities. It's great development for the academic space as well. I think we'll be having a lot of questions about digitizing and the whole move from digitizing analog work or conventional photography into the digital space, the challenges involved and so forth, but we'll move into that when we come into our discussions. Thank you so much again, Paul Weinberg. Gentlemen, thank you for Paul Weinberg's presentation. We will then move, I think, have we lost Thando Mama? Oh, he's back. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We are going to then go to, thank you very much, Paul. We are going to go now.
I'm here. I can now see you and hear you.
Yeah, no, I can see you now because you were on and off. All right. Thank you so much. We're going to then look at Thando Mama, who speaks of reframing Ntabakandoda, and I looked at most of the things he's talking about is memory and memorialization and reframing and reconfiguring the multiplicity of this place of these places and the memory as a pedagogic intervention. It's quite interesting to just hear him speak about how memory plays a role in a visual sense in terms of what he has been doing when he's been reframing Ntabakandoda and what are the memories that he has taken from there, and what are the memories that basically exist and perhaps we did not even get to see through his work, but we're going to give him a platform to actually school us or share with us about reframing Ntabakandoda. So over to you, sir.
Yes, good morning. I hope you can actually see me now and hear me. I have a very bad network connection where I'm at. Basically, thanks again for the opportunity and to be part of this panel this morning. Basically, Ntabakandoda is a side research kind of interest for the past more than 5 years, 5 or 6 years, working at Ntabakandoda. Ntabakandoda for me is in two places, occupies two places. One being a place itself, the mountain that is found just outside Dimbaza in the Eastern Cape between King Limstown and Alice. And on this side, can you hear me? Yeah. The monument which was constructed on this side seems to be lost.
We are having, okay, he's back. Ntando, continue.
Yes.
Ntando,
Yeah.
You can continue.
Yeah, sorry, I was just having serious, like now in my presentation, connectivity issues. But basically, Ntabakandoda is seen as a quite significant site or place in the Eastern Cape. But at the same time, post 1994, the monument itself had been kind of abandoned and forgotten, you know. But it's kind of strange because it used to be the central place of memory, you know, where people used to gather every year to pay tributes to the nation of Ciskei at that time. So my work is basically trying to draw some meaning into this commemorative in 94. I'm not sure if you can see on slide 2. Is it slide 2 up? Yes.
Yes, you can go ahead. You can go ahead. Slide 2 is up.
Okay, yeah. Basically, I spent a couple of like quite a long time going back and forth to this place, using kind of different kind of materials, photographic techniques as well. And then I kind of ended up kind of sticking with pinhole photography as well. Can you go to slide 3? Just to give you a bit of a background to Ndabagando, which was a site really of sanctuary for most Amakhosa during the 1800s, with some of the wars with the British, and also a site of the wars between the indigenous nations as well. With Amalinde, the Battle of Amalinde in 1818 as one of the highlights of that time. But the site itself refers to the Khoi chief who was believed to have his great place around the mountain. Thus, the name Ndabagando actually symbolizes intercultural and spiritual interdependence between Amakhosa, the Khoi, and the San. If we move to slide 4.
We seem to have lost Tando. Okay, he's back. Tando, can you hear me? Tando, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, Tando, we can hear you now.
Yes, Ted. Okay.
Thando, can we? Thando, can you hear us? Okay, we seem to be having a technical glitch with Thando, but I think we've managed to get to hear the some of the key things that he spoke about, what motivated him to actually go to Ntabagandota and reframe it. So and I think one of the things that he's mentioned is that it seemed to have been a place that has been abandoned, and it used to be a place of significance, which it still is, but obviously not getting the focus that it needs for people to go there, for all the connections that people have with the place, it being historical and it being spiritual and otherwise. But also he is trying in his work to show us fluidity of memory, memorialization, and place in relation to inverted commas a sense of place. So we through performative photography. So we are having a panel of people who are dealing with three different perspectives in how they approach the visual as an archival monument, and the content in which they are archiving is varied, and it speaks to pertinent issues in this country. More importantly, about the marginalization or forgetting of African history. So I think I need to say that too. If we look at the three panel members that have presented today, from Mpho to Paul Weinberg and Ntando Mama, you're looking at photographers or artists that have come from different eras in terms of the work, and I would want to believe that they've looked at the work from those different eras, and to see the young photographers as well going back to the history that has been forgotten and reframing it. That's interesting to see. We seem to have our panel back. We're still struggling with Ntando, but I think because we don't have enough time, we will then have Ntando come back. If he comes back, we will then get him to speak more. But I think at this time, I will open it to the floor for discussion and for engagement, for questions that any of our members of the people who have attended have in terms of questions to Mpho work, a piece of paper, Paul Weinberg's work, the archivist as the activist, Thando Mama's work, reframing Ntabagandota. So if there's any questions, please do feel free to post the questions and for our panel, so that they can answer the questions and we can get into discussions. So there's a question from Cynthia Cross, and that's for Thando. If you can please clarify the Bantustan origins of Ntabagandota and then something about how you have come to reframe it, and yeah, that's for Thando. Hopefully we can reconnect with him and pose the question to him so that he can give us input. But I think my question to Paul is when you started initially with this project, Paul, of digitizing photographic work of different photographers, what really inspired you more than the politics, like outside the politics of photography or South Africa as we see it, but what really gave you that drive to say there's a need for this and it needs to happen?
So, as you pointed out, Silas, very generously, that I'm a little older than most of you, which takes me back to the turbulent 1980s when I kind of grew up as a photographer. And, in those days, the apartheid system was very much about, erasing history. And I was involved with a number of projects with the History Workshop that continues to do excellent work that looked at these erased histories. I mean, some of them were about jazz, some of them were just about, I did a film about Alexander Township then. I did a project called Part of the Process, which documented the removal of people and the area called Fitas. And so we were involved in these, kind of responding to these this attempt at erasure. So it's really always been in my DNA, if you like. And then the 1994 moment came, and we all thought, wow, heritage is going to be supported. There's going to be resources for digitization, collection of archives. And sadly, that really didn't happen. And so all of us and all the people on the panel and many of you who are in this conference, we're all involved in some kind of activism to restore and reframe archives. And then, kind of, officially in 2008, I got a position at UCT, where I worked as a curator, and I started to bring in South African film and photographic archives, and that's what I've continued to do. I'm also just very aware of living on this continent, how little resources there are for us to do this work. But somehow, through digitization and the digital moment, we can play, we can be involved in these global conversations. And that's really what I try to do, is to make, kind of appropriate interventions with the limited resources, and to play this work back, as you quite rightly pointed out, Silas, so that this can be used for educational and heritage purposes, and so that we also have a sense of memory, and we don't have to go to the British Museum or Duke University or Harvard to learn about our history and our sense of memory, but we can actually access it here on the continent.
Yeah, I mean, last question to you is, as how difficult was it to retrieve Ernest Cole's work?
Well, that was, again, a project of activism. I mean, the family, put pressure on the Hasselblad Foundation to find this work. Seemingly, it had been there for a number of decades, but was not made accessible. So it's a little bit like the When the Lion Sleeps Tonight, and Solomon, Linda's story. We have to continuously, press the button and be vigilant in keeping our archives, in the country, and making sure they return.
Yeah, no, I think what you're doing a very great work, and then, I mean, if it's still a lot of work, but I think to people like Mpho Khwezi, who are young photographers who are in this space, and Thando, I think will it be a great advice from your side to say, as we photograph, we need to start archiving our own work, because we do photograph, and then we don't actually keep much of record, although we have the work, but the manner in which we archive work, and then we make it a monument, for argument's sake, for people to have memory of the kind of work we produce. How do we go about that? What will be your words of wisdom to our young panelists? I mean,
well, maybe wisdom is a little bit overstated, but just to say, no, I mean, I'm very, excited and encouraged by the work of both Thando and Mpho, where they're engaging in our history and archives. I just, in my sort of, words of caution are that the problem with social media and Facebook, which are very, real and very in your face, is you can make this material available, but in terms of preservation and longevity, one needs to look at, repositories so that this material can really be part of our national DNA and our continental DNA. So that is just my concern, that social media actually doesn't do it. I mean, raises the issues, but we need repositories. And the same, for all the amazing work that you do at the Market Photo Workshop. And I know that you guys are involved in documenting your history and documenting the photographers. And I would just wish you very well in that project, because it's so important that your photographers and the wonderful work you do replays into the South African and the global landscape.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul. Thando, are you back with us? I think we still have Thando, but he's not hearing us. Okay, while we're sorting out Thando, maybe we can speak to Mpho, and I'm gonna pose a question to Mpho about what Paul has said when he said there was a time when there's this erased, basically we've got this erased history, if I may put it that way. To say to you, Mpho, would you say then your work, one way or the other, brought back some of those erased histories in terms of your work, in terms of how you put it together? Do you see in one way or the other have you done that?
Thank you, Silas. So I don't think it has brought back the history. I think the history has always been there. The question is, I had an interesting conversation yesterday with Uthembi Nkosi, one of the exhibitors at the Market Photo Workshop, where we were discussing. He was saying to me, Mpho, I've just exhibited, and then his work is called Slages 2. So he's like, the project is now, the time of the project in the gallery is now up, so the project needs to go out. And then he's like, Mpho, as someone that have been in this space for a long time, and where to from here? And then I think that's the question. And I like what Paul has also spoken about, is that even with myself, like I have an exhibition running, but one thing for sure, after that time of the exhibition has run out at the Market Photo Workshop, what's going to happen to the work? So is it going to go at the back of my room behind the closet, or what's going to happen? So it's always those questions. Even me as a facilitator, when I'm facilitating at the Market Photo Workshop, when one of my students exhibits, they keep on asking me, Mpho, I've exhibited, so what's next?
Yeah.
So I think that's the question that has been ringing in my mind. I think the alternative is what Paul is also speaking about, the digitization of the archive, so that it can be accessible to other people. Because this is not my first exhibition. I had my first exhibition in Zambia. Even myself, I don't even know where the prints are.
Yeah. No, thank you so much, Mpho. I think it really I think it's a very, very, very important topic, this archival way that how we archive our work, and not just to archive it, but really the visual sitting as an archival monument, so that at the end of the day, the repositories that he spoke about, that Paul spoke about, we start creating those in our practice as we work, that we don't have work all over the place, and then we can actually trace back. But I'm going to go back to Thando. He's back, so that we can give him an opportunity to perhaps allow him 5 minutes to maybe finish his presentation, and maybe pose a couple of questions to him, because there's already a question that he already has. But if you can hear us, Thando, please do give us continue with your presentation, and then we can. Okay, we lost him again. Is he? All right. No, we seem to be Tando seem to be struggling with the network. But I think the other thing that I think we spoke about that for me it's very important is that, like Mpho has just asked the question to say, from here, what do we do? It speaks to the practice of photography in terms of how we as photographers, from whether you are doing commercial work or you're telling your own stories, documentary, photojournalism, whatever space that you are in, to say you do all the work that you do, but basically once the work has left there, has been printed or sent digitally to a client or whatever, it's like, what is the next project? And you're not there. And then in terms of the histories and the heritage and the preservations that we need to have, we ourselves, one way or the other, because we can always blame it on apartheid and blame it on the politics, which they have done aggressively. They've eroded a whole lot of things. But now that we are aware of that, those type of issues, as young photographers, as photographers who are currently practicing, moving forward, what is it that we are doing to make sure that our archival processes and systems are in place so that the visual remains a monument that people can go to, and it remains, then it ignites the memories that we are speaking about. So those are some of the questions that we need to start addressing in order for us to move forward. However, on the other hand, as we have issues of resources that even Paul himself, much as he's been in this for quite some time, still is one way or the other struggling with that resource. And then maybe that's another thing that we need to look at, to say, how do we get that resource in place so that the practicing current photographers are in a position to properly do what they need to do in terms of archiving work. And then the Market Photo Workshop is already doing that. But I think we can have more support and more other ways of making sure that this archiving is not just becoming a systematic way of documenting work, but it becomes an active archive, if I can put it that way. That's something that people can go to for memory, but something that people can go to for education, because I think our education on its own, it's sitting in a very different space in terms of the kind of knowledge and content that our students are referring work from, you know. So if you look at the theory of photography and you look at where it sits, how much of it really contains Pan-African work or photographers that you can look at and say, this is the work that I need to speak to, and then create a body of work without really going to Europe. But it also speaks to issues of the museums that are actually holding the work in Europe and in other places, to say the work is sitting there and this is our work, but we don't have rights to that work. And that's the sad part, because then who can, if Paul is not here and any other person that is an activist like Paul who are working in this kind of projects and the legacy projects that he has mentioned, who else is going to do what Paul is doing, and how many other people are there? So I think it's a very, very big project that needs support from the photographic community to start thinking even broader about it. I think I see we have Tando. We need to give Tando a moment. Tando, can you hear us? Tando, the platform is yours to maybe yeah, we don't have enough time, but in about 4 minutes or so, wrap up your presentation, and a number of questions that we have from the floor, we can take them for you as well.
Silas, I see there's a very interesting question to come from Candace, your colleague.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. No.
Can I kick off here with answering it?
Yes, you can. You can.
So, and you alluded to it just now. I mean, essentially, our historical archives, most of them from the continent and the country, are not here. They reside in the Berlin Missionary Society or the British Museum or the Smithsonian. And one of the things we've done in the PLP is just to create a resource. So we have like a database of all these, collections. And I think this is a wonderful moment, and it's not about Paul. I mean, it's all of us, that can put pressure on these institutions to engage in a kind of repatriation. And the digital moment allows for these collections to come back and for us to re-examine, reimagine, and even the troubled ones, the ethnographic ones from the difficult colonial past. There are many ways to reenact with them and reframe them and rehumanize them. So I think it's a great question that Candice has asked, and I would encourage all the people who visual activists and archivists out there to put pressure on these institutions who sit kind of comfortably in the first world with our material.
Yeah, no, I think I'll pose the same question, and then just to read it out. Can Mpho and Paul and Thando talk about the uses of the colonial photo archive for the future of Black visual history? And she continues to ask the next question to say, what kinds of new ways of researching, practicing photography are needed to make photo archives speak to the present? So I'll open that question to Thando and Mpho as well to basically elaborate further. Mpho, maybe you can start.
Okay. I think when with a lot of information that has been going on in relation to apartheid. So I don't know about the other guy. I don't know about the other people, but in my area, in where I grew up, the stories that we had.
Sorry, Paul, can you have your camera tilted the other way around?
Okay. So with my parents, with also our parents, what they've told us, I know what my parents have told me about the apartheid system, how they were oppressed. But I think we have never had the side of the oppressor. So I think with my attempt, with my shots, including Miss Van Tonder, is actually trying to get to give her a voice also to speak about the land also, because one thing for sure, there's always two sides of the story. So it's Miss Van Tonder, who are the white people who came and own the land of Sebokeng, and then now we have come to Sebokeng and inherited the land. So what also needs to be spoken about is also her side of the story, the side of the story of the people who bought the land, as she's also white.
Okay, Thando, can you hear us? Did you get the question?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, Thando.
Okay, yeah, it's quite a loaded question, but it's the one that we constantly think about when, for example, when we dealing with these sites of memory, personally for my work. If you see on slide 3 of my presentation, I had an archive image of Ndabakandoda, which I think I found those images at the Corey Library with Rhodes University. But for me, it was a point of reference. How do you reference something that you might have suspicion to exist? Where can you, for example, with Paul, can you go to access some of the material, somehow there are also recent or contemporary kind of archives. For example, for me working with the site with David Goldblatt, who actually, I think around 1990, photographed the monument, and also Cedric Nunn, who came a bit later, I think in the early 2000s, to photograph the site. And I've also spoken to both of them about their own experience on the mountain. But with that in mind, I also think about my conversation that I
All right, we seem to have lost Thando again. And I was going to ask him a question that we've got from Cynthia Cross. It's unfortunate, but we're hoping he can still come back within the limited minutes that we are having. But just looking at the work in terms of archiving, and perhaps just following up to Candice's a question, that in terms of research, how can we make sure that even the researchers starts to take interest in this kind of work that all three of you are actually doing, which is literally trying to reframe and archive work or archive histories that were maybe erased or moved in other places and actually reclaiming them. So how, and in terms of photography, how can photography play a role in making sure that people or researchers or anyone that is involved in research can start looking at research not from a position of just writing, but also from a position of actually looking for this kind of visuals and making it their taking an effort or making it owning it as a, maybe if I can say, a research activist to go and find the work, because most of the time is when we do research and we look for an image or something and we don't find it, we then leave it and then we go to something that works because we've tried to look for that, but we don't go to that extent of being activists to a point of saying, I know where the work is, or I know there's a Paul who's busy with this kind of project and maybe I need to lend him a hand or go as a team or whatever the case may be to support the idea of getting the type of images that I want for my research work. So that's a question basically that I'll have, and maybe you can speak to it, Paul. You can speak to it and hear what you're saying. Is Thando back? Okay, Thando. Sorry, Paul.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Sorry, Paul. Thando's back. Can we just give him some time and get him to? Thando, can you continue?
Yes. Can you hear me? Having serious
Yeah, no.
The connection is well, I don't know. Can you hear me?
Oh, Thando, we are definitely struggling. Thando, we are struggling with your connection. It's unfortunate. I would have wanted to hear Thando answering some of the questions that were asked. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time. We need to move and we need to wrap up. So, ladies and gentlemen, who are part of this conference and my,
can you hear me now?
are struggling. We don't have enough time.
Yeah.
But maybe we should just wrap it up quickly and get 30 seconds, Paul, just wrap it up. And then from there, Mpho, and then we're closing.
Okay, well, I'm sort of back on the digitization, train, because, that's our sort of the appropriate vehicle that we can engage with these uncomfortable histories and relocate them from foreign institutions. But we should also really start, back home, because there are many repositories, there are many kind of collections, sometimes in families, that are just intriguing and tell so many stories on multiple ways. So it's not just the institutions with the capital I, it's quite often those places where you never thought. And getting a digitized archive then becomes a little repository that you can just grow and grow and add and augment to other repositories and become, just the continuing stories that we're engaged with.
Thank you so much, Paul, for your time. And we are running out of time, but thank you to my panelists for making time to do presentations and then having this discussion. Despite the glitches that we're having, I think we have learned something, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, bye.
Hi, I think are we live? I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, we're live. Okay, so I'm welcome to the second panel in today's Reframing Africa program, questions of reframing, measuring the silences. We're very happy today to have a quite international constellation of people whose work in different ways has touched on the kind of space of African filmmaking and the archive in the African continent. But a lot of what the work suggests is that there are many international, transnational connections that define the journeys through these archives. So it's North Africa and the Arab world, a kind of strange story of a Tanzanian Askari who lives in Nazi Germany in the 1930s, and a much more Cold War located narrative around films made under Tito in the former Yugoslavia, in which different African leaders and members of the non-aligned movement make appearances. So we're very happy to have with us Eva Knopf, talking about Majub's journey, Mila Turajlik, who's talking about the Ljubović, I don't know how to say this exactly, reels and images of African liberation, and Rasha Salti, who is looking at the African and Arab cinema connections during the era of Soviet cultural diplomacy. So I will hand over to Eva to take us into the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bettina, for the introduction. Yeah, my name is Eva Knopf. I'm from Germany. I'm joining you from Berlin today. And I want to speak about the artistic research that led to my film Majub's Journey that I made a few years back. Majub's Journey is, among other things, the attempt to reconstruct the life of Majub bin Adam Mohammed Hussein. This year is this is one of the few portraits that we have of him. He was born in 1904 in the former colony German East Africa, which was roughly where today's Tanzania is. And in the colony, he fought as a colonial soldier in Askari for the Germans in the First World War. He was still a child then, 9 years old. And even though he was a mercenary, he was probably never paid for his services. In 1929, Majub bin Adam Mohammed Hussein came to Germany as a steward on a ship to reclaim his outstanding pay. One can reconstruct this from a memo in the archives of the German Foreign Office. An official noted the claim and at the same time questioned its legitimacy. Majub bin Adam Mohammed Hussein stayed in Germany and renamed himself Mohammed Husen, with Husen being a typical Northern German name. And he arrived in Germany just a few years before Hitler and the Nazis took power. And in the 1930s, he became an extra in the movie business and played along the big German movie stars of the time, such as Zara Leander, Hans Albers, and Heinz Rühmann. He, of course, played the roles of the servant, the chauffeur, and the elevator boy. In 1942, Mohammed Husen died in a Nazi concentration camp. Who was this man? How did he experience the colony and later Nazi Germany? How was working at the film set for him? Why did he stay in Germany? On first sight, there's not much we have about him next to the moving images of him as an extra, and later he even had smaller speaking roles. Mohammed Hussen's name appears a few times in the archives of the German Foreign Office, for example, in the memo I just mentioned. But there are no personal letters, no diary entries that have survived. Also no relatives or close friends that one can ask today. Many people around him died in the Second World War. So nothing that would allow you to learn more about his subjective views. Is it still possible, though, to write a counter story and tell German history from his perspective? Because Mohammed Hussen was a film extra and I am a filmmaker, I translated this question in Majoub's journey into a question of the cinema. And I asked, is it possible to posthumely turn an extra into the star of a film? The movie extra here, this is obvious, is of course a metaphor for the colonized. They don't colonize, they don't appear in history with a capital H, and certainly not in German history. And if so, they do so only at the very margins, in the shadows, not in focus, like a movie extra. I wanted to give this extra his first star role ever. However, the film fragments that I found of him, he often appears so briefly that under normal circumstances, one does not even notice him at all. So the first thing I had to attempt at the editing table was to make him visible at all by, for example, stopping the frame when he briefly walks through. I'll show you a quick example of this. Here he's playing a servant in a movie with Zara Leander. And then, of course, there was a huge dilemma I faced as a filmmaker. It is exceptional that we have moving images of a Black German from the 1930s, images that allow to make him phenomenologically come to life again in the sense of the cinema. And in this way, these images are very precious. However, they're also often racist in their representation. Mohammed Hussen is often not only served in serving roles, like we've just seen, but often straightforwardly degrading ones. As a filmmaker, do I show these images or not? Showing them also means repeating the racist stereotypes. Not showing them would have meant to forget Mohammed Hussen in the archives, or at least of refraining from reinscribing him into history and film history. For me, as a white filmmaker working within European institutions, I found the following answer. I often showed the images of him twice. One time, largely as they appear in the historical films, to also show how the archive is constituted, in a way reading the archive with its grain. And then I reframed them. I zoomed in, I slowed down, I paused, I accompanied them by music in order to recreate images that make Mohammed Hussen visible in a new way, and in the best case, lift him out of the ideological framework of the historical narrative. Such an approach, of course, does not solve the dilemma of these images. It's just one attempt to deal with them from within my position within Western institutions. And to an extent, dealing with these images was a research at the editing table, thinking at the editing table, whereby editing table, of course, was my computer and digital editing software. And the question always was, what other images are there in the material beyond the immediate ones? What kind of access has the colonial archive produced? What escaped the colonial gaze? Where are these images, are there maybe even resistant images? Is an extra falling out of his role somewhere maybe? And by saying this, it also becomes clear that reading images against their grain, moving images, requires completely different procedures and leads to different results than, for example, reading written documents against their grain. Now, I have to remember to breathe. I'll get out of breath. I want to show you something quickly. The only document Mohammed Hussein has left that can himself, that it did not come to me through the official archives, but through a former neighbor of him in Berlin. It is a blank sheet of writing paper, a story not written, a voice not heard. But the letter is not fully empty. There is a big letterhead. Where's the big letterhead? Oh, it's not here. I have to, the image is missing. On it, there is a lion, an Askari soldier, and a flag. And I will come back to that one in a second, because also during my research, I heard of a colonial monument that I wanted to. I lost my pages here. I heard of a particular colonial monument that was supposed to be laying in the Hamburg Observatory. And during my research, I went to check it out because I knew that Mohammed Hussein must have known it. And the moment I opened the door to the shed where it was laying, I knew how to make the film. And I show you again, this is what I saw. There was this monument taken down, laying in this shed. And when it was still erected, it looked like this, a typical colonial monument with the colonial ruler Hermann von Wissmann below his feet, an anonymous colonial soldier looking up to him, and in front of the soldier, a dead lion covered with the colonial flag. And I knew these figures. I knew these figures from Mohammed Hussein's letterhead. He had rearranged them. The lion was not dead, but roaring. He was not looking up, but straight ahead, holding a gun, and the flag was blowing in the wind. And a German in a tropical uniform was not to be seen at all. So he had rearranged the figures and had left out the colonial ruler entirely. And in Majoub's journey, this at least is my artistic fantasy, I take up and continue Mohammed Hussein's artistic practice of rearranging and reordering the figures, and that thus, of course, also the colonial order. And by rearranging the monument in different ways, I produce different kinds of images along which I tell the story in the film. To begin with, we took the monument out of the shed and re-erected it, but instead of putting the colonial ruler on a pedestal, we hung him. Now, two things I want to quickly say before I end. Yes. So, excuse me?
I was just saying, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, just one more minute. One thing that, even though there's very little in the archives about Mohammed Hussein, one can only reconstruct his life in the way that was possible after all, because he himself inscribed himself in the archive in different ways. He became an extra and an artist, and there's some more documents. He continuously wrote to the Foreign Office with different claims, like his outstanding pay, and only because he took these kinds of actions, there are these traces of him in the official German archives. And also, I think this project is is about the idea that where history proper, like academic historiography, cannot exercise its tools anymore because there are no materials, then other practices must come into play and tell the stories of these gaps. For example, the kind of artistic research I did with the images of the cinema. And in the program of this conference, there's a link to watch the film if you're interested. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you very much. That was really interesting, and we'll have some time to take questions and talk more about the film later. And I'd also meant to remind everybody that if you look on your emails and your program, there are links to the websites of all of the panelists on today's panel. So really interesting material available there for you to engage with, and definitely watch the film. Eva's film is very interesting. All right, and so we will hand over to Mila now to hear more about the Cold War period.
Thank you, Bettina. So it's really wonderful to be part of this panel because we get to do these comparisons across, like you said, transnational lines. And I have prepared something, but I was really inspired by this morning's panel, and I kind of decided to speak off the cuff and kind of hoping that it will spark a really interesting conversation in the end. But just to give an introduction, so I'm speaking to you from Belgrade, which is the capital of Serbia, but when I was born was still the capital of Yugoslavia. And socialist Yugoslavia, which existed between 1945 and the 1990s, inscribes itself into the story of cinema in Africa and African cinema in a very unexpected way. And it's unexpected because Yugoslavia has been written out of my own country's history due to very violent erasure of public memory and a new nationalistic narrative that followed this decade of civil war. And its disappearance from the political map of the world also meant that Yugoslavia was written out of the Cold War histories because it doesn't actually fit into them. Simply because following 1948 and the Yugoslavia's ejection from the Soviet bloc, it became a non-aligned country in a divided Europe. So it actually doesn't fit elegantly into any Cold War analysis. And then while some recent examinations of transnational collaborations have begun to take off this Cold War lens, and it's something that I'm very much trying to do, and examine independent struggles from a different perspective, Yugoslavia's own anti-fascist struggle has been framed out of that analysis. And so finally, I think another reason this is such an unexpected and unknown story is that this form of Yugoslav cultural diplomacy, namely its participation in African filmmaking, was a clandestine affair at its inception, and then intermittent and uncredited throughout the whole 60s and the 70s. So just to give a little bit of historical context, part of my work has really been to reframe this story away from Cold War narratives, simply because, like I said, simply due to the disappearance of the country, people tend to see Yugoslavia as a Soviet satellite country, which it absolutely wasn't from 1948 onwards. And being the host of the first non-aligned summit in Belgrade in 1961, it really was perceived by countries that were emerging in Africa and Asia as a country that had done two things. One was its own anti-fascist, which is to say independence struggle during the Second World War, and two, having charted its own path towards its own form of socialism in the 1950s and 1960s. And so I think it's really important at the beginning of this story just to have in our minds how Yugoslavia and Yugoslavia's leader, Josip Broz Tito, was perceived at the time by newly emerging countries in Africa and in Asia. And these two specificities of Yugoslavia actually meant that the ways it began to collaborate with firstly independence movements and then with newly emerging countries was that the forms of technical aid that it provided to these countries, particularly during the late 1950s and 1960s, was that it was non-conditional aid, which is to say it wasn't tied to any ideological requirements of demands by the Yugoslav government. And not only was it non-conditional, it was also uncredited. They didn't insist on their participation being credited in any or advertised in any way, which is one of the reasons nobody knows about it today. So I have provided a website link for the research project and the documentary film that I've been working on for the past 5 years. And the project really deals with an archive that is absolutely, someone referred this morning to a neglected archive, and it's absolutely a neglected archive and very much a forgotten one, which is an archive of filmed materials made by Yugoslav cameramen employed at the Yugoslav newsreels from the 1950s to the end of the 1980s. The Yugoslav newsreels were the only film production studio in Yugoslavia that were directly answerable to the federal government, meaning that they were an instrument of political aid by Yugoslavia in their kind of foreign diplomacy and their cultural diplomacy. And this archive, I've linked on the website, I've kind of given a very brief history of what the archive is, but this archive was shaped by the fact that, as I said, the Non-Aligned Summit was held for the first time in Belgrade in 1961. And from that moment on, Yugoslav cameramen were filming all of the non-aligned summits that took place up until the last Cold War non-aligned summit, which was the 1989 summit in Belgrade again. And what I've been trying to do with these archival materials is really resurrect that knowledge of these kind of collaborations that have been forgotten and resurrect those images simply because they've never been worked on and digitized. And ultimately, I think what drives me as a filmmaker is to resurrect that understanding that used to exist between Yugoslavia and countries in Africa and Asia. And the first step in this research project has been to make a documentary film about the cameraman of the Yugoslav newsreels who perhaps is the kind of embodiment of the spirit of what the Yugoslav cameramen were doing at the time. So his name is Stevan Labudovic. And from 1954, he was assigned to follow and travel with the Yugoslav President Tito. What is really extraordinary is that his assignment marks the beginning of a very unusual period of diplomacy that was really led by Tito himself, who having found himself kind of ejected from the communist bloc and very much adrift diplomatically, belonging neither to the West or to the East, began to travel by ship to Africa and Asia in the hope of building new friendships or building new alliances. And so from 1954, when he traveled by ship to Burma and India, 1956, he traveled to Ethiopia and Egypt, or the UAR as it was called at the time. In 1959, they traveled for 93 days by ship all the way to Burma, Indonesia, Ceylon at the time, Sri Lanka, Ethiopia, Sudan, and Stevan Labudovic, as Tito's cameraman, was responsible for filming not only the official ceremonies and the protocols surrounding Tito's visits to these countries, but also trying to make portraits on the fly of these countries as they were emerging and presenting themselves to these foreign visitors. And these kinds of cinematic journeys constitute a really interesting aspect of this filmed archive because they help us read how national identities are being formed through gestures of presentation and protocol, but also through the ways that these events are being mediated through these newsreels. A second stage in Labudovic's career, and the one that is kind of really marked his life and destiny, is the fact that from the 1950s, Tito had been approached by liberation movements in Africa, again, being seen as the person who had successfully led his own independence movement in the Second World War, to provide tactical advice, strategic knowledge, and also specific military aid to these movements. And when you look at the archival documents that surround these conversations that start taking place between the Yugoslav government and liberation movements, what you find really interesting is that they decided to bring support to some of these liberation movements without really making any kind of value judgments concerning the ideologies of these movements. And so when they were contacted by the Algerian Liberation Front in 1959, Tito agreed to send them weapons and uniforms, but he pronounced himself saying, what you really need are images. What you need in order to fight a media war is images that show your own struggle. And as a result, Stevan Labudovic was sent to film for the Algerian liberation movement, which is a mission he accomplished for about 3 years and up until the independence of Algeria. And as a result, he shot about 83 kilometers of 35mm film, it's really important to say, which were sent back to Belgrade, developed in the laboratory in Belgrade, and then edited into newsreels sent around the world, distributed, and also edited into films for the Algerian liberation movement. And so for me, Stevan Labudovic's story really begins there as this kind of vector of political support and solidarity via filmmaking. His mission did not end there. After Algeria, he was sent to film various other liberation movements, and along with other cameramen of the Yugoslav newsreels, they ended up making the first documentary film for Limo in Mozambique. They ended up instructing cameramen in Mali and Tanzania in the creation of those countries' first newsreels upon their independence. And in the early 1970s, he went to make a documentary film with Yasser Arafat about the PLO. So it's a kind of body of work spanning more than almost 3 decades, which in itself I find as an object of research incredibly interesting as a vector of these transnational collaborations. And the reason that I began this research project with a documentary about him is that I find it very curious somehow to observe the work of historians. And Eva just referred to what happens when historiography cannot exercise its work. And I find that historiography tends to use these audiovisual images as proof and kind of reading the moving image for its indexical value. But for me as a filmmaker myself and as a cameraman myself, when I work with filmed images, I see them as vectors of intention, of attempts, mistakes, frustrations, successes and failures. And so for me, I was interested in beginning the work, the reflection on this archive by collaborating with the person who filmed it, because I found him a way to start untangling these questions of authorship and subjectivity of the images. And I felt that that would perhaps be the most useful way to begin reframing that archive and understanding its creation. And ultimately, the project goes on because the idea is to use this archive to reframe the narrative of Yugoslav identity, and particularly Yugoslavia's relationship with its non-aligned colleagues, and the legacy of these film collaborations, which very much inscribes itself into this theory of third cinema, which is something that is, I think, beginning to kind of regain interest and traction, how these collaborative practices of filmmaking were used as kind of political instruments in a global media war that was furthering the cause of African independence. And so I've put the trailer for the film on the website. The film is in editing right now. So what you're seeing actually is the trailer is what we call a pitching trailer, which is a trailer that we were using for fundraising purposes. So obviously it's not for public circulation, but it gives an introduction into the character. It gives a kind of taste of the archives that we're working with. And hopefully with the film being completed by the end of this year, we'll be able to present it next year, which kind of ties into a series of events around the anniversary of the Belgrade summit, because in September 2021, it will obviously be 60 years since the first non-aligned summit in Belgrade. And I'd like to say something a little bit about, obviously, the fact that working on this film has kind of brought me to reflect on my own engagement with Stevan's work. Because obviously his work resonated with me both personally and ideologically, and it kind of helped me understand how my own Yugoslav subjectivity is actually affecting my reading of the images. Because as I said at the very beginning, I was born when Belgrade was still the capital of Yugoslavia. So for me, it's very much been a project that has brought back to me my own subjectivities, which are very Yugoslav, effectively. And so the process of the work has been filming with him. I filmed with him for a period of over 3 years, and I ended up filming around 120 hours of footage with him, traveling with him to Algeria, as well as to locations in the former Yugoslavia that were essential to the story. But then also kind of seeking out other forms of archive that could supplement the story, so institutional paper documents and private archives. And it's really the private archives, the letters, the diaries, the telegrams, the notes, the scripts, which have helped me understand the complexity of this work is on a very kind of micro level. And this is where I see the importance of trying to activate that archive in this particular way. And then just finally to say that I have sought out secondary characters for the film as a way of supplanting that story. So I have worked with people who were involved in the ALN cinema department who helped me understand from their perspective what the support in images has been. But also an integral part of working on this project for me has been this form of collaboration, which is to say workshopping it. And so interestingly enough, both Rasha, who is on this panel, but also Jihan El-Tahri, who's on the next panel, have kind of actively been helping me think through this material in understanding the consideration that it solicits and the conversations that this material sparks. Because this archive as a body is a site of memory. And for me, it's very much been a process of trying to understand what we can excavate from that, what kind of media archaeology we can perform on that site. And I guess finally, just to address one of what seems to me one of the central themes of this workshop, which is the question of accessing this archive. And for me, it's been a very tricky and difficult process to negotiate, because obviously there are more material, political, and diplomatic issues connected to working in this archive. The material one being that they are not primarily a research institution at all. They're a production studio. And so being able to just logistically figure out ways that I can spend the time needed in order to work with this material, obviously none of it's been digitized. So to be able to view it, select from it, return and watch the unedited material, the material that has never been screened. The unused footage has been one incredibly time-consuming and challenging part of the process, but there are two other issues which are also at stake. One is a political one, and the second is a diplomatic one. The political one is that obviously the current Serbian government doesn't really, to my mind, recognize the value of this archive. And so, like I said at the beginning, because it doesn't fit into the current nationalistic narrative of the country, it doesn't fit into any of the exercises of public memory that are taking place in Serbia right now. So it has absolutely been neglected for that reason. And then diplomatically, it opens up a whole host of questions of ownership, because these images were obviously filmed for countries in Africa, but at the expense of the Yugoslav government at the time, have been preserved in Belgrade, and all sorts of, it opens up all hosts of issues concerning their legal status right now. And maybe I stop there because I see that the time is up, but hopefully that's, open enough points for discussion.
That was really wonderful. You managed to fit in a lot of really provocative and compelling thoughts and complexities in that short time. So thanks very much. I don't want to delay and hand over to Rasha now to tell us a little bit more about what Bruce Lee has to do with Soviet cinema.
Yeah. Well, I would like to begin by thanking everyone for this invitation, everyone who's been involved, Pervaiz, but also Abu Bakr, for this lovely invitation. And I really wish I was in Johannesburg right now and not in Leipzig. And I would also like to say that this project, Saving Bruce Lee, was co-curated with Koyo Kuo, who is today the director of the Zuid-Smoka Museum in Cape Town, that just opened a brilliant exhibition. I have images, they're not random, but it doesn't really matter how they flow. I will indicate to the lovely team when to move to the next image, but it's not like science, it's just to show you a bit what we've done. I also posted the little booklet that was produced. You can download it because it's out of print. So picking up is actually quite perfect, picking up after Mila's wonderful presentation. Because we go to the Soviet Union, we go to Moscow, the heart of the Soviet Empire, with Saving Bruce Lee. During the bipolarism of the Cold War, the African continent and the Arab world were contested territories for the strategic deployment of influence and allegiance between the two superpowers. Cultural diplomacy represented an important realm in which that contest was manifested, specifically with the disbursement of scholarships in higher education and the creation of specialized professional national elites whose allegiance would be organically bound to either power. Under the aegis of the international socialist friendships, i.e. countries where the ruling political force had socialist and communist affiliations, or where communist parties were powerful, the Soviet Union used channels of diplomacy to host a remarkable number of students at universities in Moscow and in other cities of the Soviet bloc. Saving Bruce Lee explored this rarely examined versant in film history, namely researching the destinies of some African and Arab filmmakers who studied at the Gerasimov Institute of Cinematography, or VGIC, school in Moscow. Given the paucity of primary resources, the impetus was to retrace the journeys of several filmmakers by recording, when possible, their testimonies and recollections, bringing to light elements that help trace tangibly and critically the influence of Soviet masters on their students' practice and hopefully compel interrogations of prevailing scholarships on African and Arab cinema. The mentors at the VGIC were successful and practicing Soviet filmmakers. Some were as famous as Grigory Shukrai and Roman Karmen, and others well-known, although award-winning, less well-known, although award-winning internationally, like Igor Talankin and Marlen Khutsiev. It is furthermore remarkable that Soviet film histories and theories have omitted entirely the foreign graduates from narratives of canons of Soviet history. Some of the most critically acclaimed and internationally recognized filmmakers in Africa and in the Arab world are graduates of the VGIC. I will name a few: Souleymane Cissé from Mali, Abdelrahman Sissako, Mauritania, Mali, Osama Mohammed, Syria, Azzeddin Madour, Algeria. Others are less well known, but are now becoming visible. Suleiman Brahim al-Nour, Nasser Tayyib al-Mak, Muhammad Abu al-Wakar, Rabah Bouberras, Abdoulaye Askofare, and others. The project was initially an invitation from the Garage Museum in Moscow. Koyo and I were asked to curate an exhibition based on our research. Halfway through, after we conducted several research trips in Moscow and St. Petersburg, consulted archives and interviewed several people, the project fell through for reasons that are not really interesting to recount or to go over now, but in essence, we were ill-equipped to access the archives that really mattered to us, namely the VGIC's archives, the student files, the curricula, and the student films. In 2018, in the framework of their vast program entitled Interrogating the Canon, we were invited to present the research as a conference and film screening program at the Haus der Kultur und der Welt in Berlin, HKW. Access to the archives changed drastically after Gabriel Chomentowski, a French scholar and academic, became an active participant in our program. The program that we eventually presented had to be narrowed down in scope, but we maintained some of the key conceptual elements of our project and curatorial endeavor. We were really focused on the question of transmission of memory, lived experience, poetics, and aesthetics. The time frame of the research is bracketed between the beginning of the 1960s and the end of the 1980s. You can start showing images 1, and then 2, and then 3. We recovered to the extent possible the institutional and documentary archives, we recovered to the extent possible the institutional documentary traces of the passages of the students in Moscow and in the USSR. You can show image 4. The aim was to bring center stage a cinematic language and legacy that had received little attention in prevailing scholarship on film history. You can show images 5 and 6. We began with trying to understand the underpinnings of the Cold War's cultural diplomacy and its deployment of power and ideological conquest through the formation of elites. Images 7 and 8. We identified a number of Arab filmmakers to become the main protagonist of our research. Basically, the areas, image 9. The 3 main areas of our research were, firstly, documents from the institutional archives of the VGIC and the Patrice Lumumba University to understand the mechanics of pedagogy in the Soviet framework. Image 10. and how socialism's promises of utopia and clearly defined ideological framework intersected with a cinematic imaginary and the filmmaker's subjective voices. You can scroll image 10 and 11. Considering some of the filmmakers who graduated from the VGIK went back to their countries and were considered dissident, critical artists, we also wanted to trace subversion and criticality and its relationship to the curriculum and respective practice of Soviet mentors. Image 11. Secondly, we recorded whenever accessible the testimony of these protagonists in their years, on their years in Moscow. Image 11. On the one hand, the experience of learning was recalled with a great deal of enthusiasm, while on the other hand, social life was marked with alienation, racism, and ostracization. Image 12. They had very few Russian friends and kept together. The students at the VGIK closest to them from the Soviet world were the Armenians, the Georgians, i.e. the non-Russians. Image 12. Thirdly, we collected documents from the press and archives of film festivals in the USSR where their films were screened, or at least where their presence in the public/cultural sphere was obviously manifest. Image 13. Those were mostly at the Tashkent Film Festival and to a lesser extent at the Moscow Film Festival. In the document I shared, Elena Razlogova's text recounts the incredible experience of the film's translators. There was no subtitling at those festivals at the time. It was live dubbing. The dialogue was translated through live dubbing. Image 14 and then image 15. Going back to the question of pedagogy and transmission of cinematic poetics, because what is clear is that the VGIK did not train Soviet propagandists. As a matter of fact, some of the graduates we identified are known to have had a notably subjective artistic practice and cinematic voice, and even paid a price for defending a subversive position in their own country or more generally. Conversely, looking closer at their Soviet mentors, they too were not propagandists, but rather artists and filmmakers whose subjective voices were not immune to repression by the authorities. Some of their films were banned. They were critical voices from within the system and a society who seemed to have transmitted to their students an epistemology or an aesthetics of subversion. In fact, they were forced to teach, or they were pushed to teach, to make fewer films, to have less time to make films. The project's time span is a historical bracket marked with upheaval in both the African continent and the Arab world, beginning with independence and the arduous challenge of decolonization, followed by coups d'etats in the 1970s and 1980s that were sometimes mired in the eruption of violent strife, but almost invariably the tightening of self-proclaimed democracies or republics into autocracies governed by an iron fist that policed freedom of expression, political dissent, and civil liberties. Reversely, in the Soviet Union, the 1960s were marked by Khrushchev's policy of thaw, or the political liberalization following the dark decades of Stalin's rule. However, that policy was short-lived, and intolerance for dissent or deviance from the party line soon returned to prevail until perestroika and glasnost. In other words, it is impossible to synthesize a single overarching narrative when trying to deconstruct cinematic idiom, political engagement, and the personal experience of these filmmakers. The changing context impacted their destinies and should be acknowledged. The destiny of the first generation of students who enrolled in the 1960s was radically different from those who enrolled in the 1970s and 80s. They were all motivated to build or contribute to their national cinemas respectively. The first generation who returned home in the 60s had to practically lay the building blocks for creating public film production entities. The second generation returned home to face harsh realities, a terrible paucity of means for production, but also unsympathetic regimes. The situation was worse for the third generation. Hamad Malas directed His first feature, Dreams of the City, in 1984, several years after he returned to Syria, because the state produced up to 1.5 film features per year. And while the film earned critical praise worldwide, it was frowned upon by Syrian authorities. Usama Muhammad's first feature, Stars in Broad Daylight, which he also directed several years after he returned, premiered in Cannes, but was banned in Syria. The print of Ibrahim Sulaiman and Noor's Africa was destroyed after the military coup d'etat in Sudan. We found the film in Moscow, and the film has now been restored by the Arsenal in Berlin. Needless to describe Abdelrahman Sissako's Waiting for Happiness, the criticality of that film, or Bamako, which remains one of the most scathing and eloquent critiques of the World Bank's policy in Mali and in Africa. I just quickly conclude with Saving Bruce Lee. In other words, the protagonists of their films are everyday folk who are heroic in their tenacity to defy adversity, stand for their rights, and fight for a modicum of life with dignity. Their protagonists never wanted to sit on the throne that eventually Bruce Lee claimed. Saving Bruce Lee owes its enigmatic title to an anecdote told by Ivoirian filmmaker Philippe Lacote, who presented his first film run at the Cannes Film Festival. Lacote was recounting the moment when he became fascinated with cinema as a teenager, watching a Bruce Lee film in a theater in Abidjan. In one scene, Bruce Lee, surrounded by enemies, was vanquishing them one by one, but suddenly, unbeknownst to him, a man creeping out of his sight was waiting for the right moment to attack him. And when he did, a spectator leapt from his seat, carrying a knife, tore the screen, screaming at Bruce Lee that he would save him. At that moment, the young Philippe Lacote understood the power of film. The anecdote fascinated us for several reasons, chief among them the panoply of cinematic heroes that people the cultural imaginaries in the African continent and the Arab world. Since the middle of the 1970s, Bruce Lee has reigned as an uncontested, beloved, and admired icon. With his physical prowess and sense of justice, he captivated at once the imaginary of the rich and poor, the upright and the wayward, the powerful and the disenfranchised. Perhaps he was the first global hero, the king with the longest rule before Bollywood action films or overran the distribution market. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasha. Wonderful. Amazing synoptic history that you managed to fit in there. It's incredible. I was trying to keep up and take notes, but and I hated to stop you all because I think I would have liked you to all carry on speaking. But now we have a bit of time for a conversation between us and to take some questions that are coming in. We have about 23 minutes for a discussion, which is really nice. I think it would be interesting, perhaps I could ask some things or summarize some things that came up for me. There was the sense of the neglected archive, which comes also from the morning's conversation into ours, and archives with gaps in them, archives where you cannot find the figure that you're looking for, the experience you had with Koyo of not being able to access the archives and then them opening up. Mila's kind of experience of also a very neglected archive, but an attempt, I guess, to resurrect this archive by digitization. And then to also, I think, interestingly subjectivize this account through both your own subjectivity, Mila, but also that of the director, so that this sort of subjective and artistic methodologies that Eva also employed, where we re-enter, re-inscribe rather, and gesture to the archive, I guess by doing things that disrupt it in some sense, by reversing it, by slowing it down, and by kind of making the seemingly extra characters into the main characters is something really interesting. I think that happens in Mila's film with this director who plays such a massive role in kind of representing, I guess, images of an emerging independent set of nations on the African continent and other spaces. So in a sense, I mean, and there's a kind of, I think the question for me was also how we, I guess, map or think about this kind of national and transnational tension in the different projects, and where the kind of narrative that's been so strongly written, for example, in the kind of Serbian post-Yugoslavian narrative that has written out the existence of Yugoslavia to some extent, both from a Cold War perspective and from a nationalist contemporary perspective. This is really interesting to me, whereas in other kinds of projects, a kind of transnational image of the African continent emerges, where different territories like Sudan or Uganda are connected, or via the Soviet training of Solomon Sise, not Uganda, but more the kind of West African context, training in the USSR and coming back to make films in their own countries. So something really interesting there about the usefulness of national and transnational and kind of where they undo each other in some way. So maybe we start with that question.
Yeah, I mean, I have a very short answer. I mean, the archives are really difficult to access unless one has really established trust with institutions in Moscow and St. Petersburg. And I let Mila talk more about archives because I think it's, I've heard her before and it's fascinating. And I think the segue between what what I kept from the project, Eva's project, and actually the motivation of the cameraman in Yugoslavia. When I was on stage with Usama Muhammad, I asked him very simply, what have you kept from Igor Talankin? What stays with you? And he told me that Talankin explained to him that cinema is the relationship between justice and beauty. And I think I think that's something in the socialist utopia that maybe stays. And you can see it in Suleiman Sise, in Sisako, in a lot of the Soviet cinema, in a lot of the Yugoslav cinema, actually, the subversive Yugoslav filmmakers. And I think it's what Eva tried to do.
Very interesting. Mila, perhaps you could take that up. There are some questions from the audience. Do you want to respond first to Russia and maybe this question of the kind of national and transnational?
The first thing I feel like I need to do is clarify that Labudovic was not a director. He is a cameraman. And this is incredibly important because it raises all sorts of questions of authorship. When you look at the films that were edited using his material, he's never signed as the director. The people who are signed as directors are people who are never in the field. What I've been working on a lot is going through the state archives of the Yugoslav Ministry, of the old Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of the cabinet of the President of the Republic, to try and understand who is actually writing these scripts. How is this political influence being filtered down into the filmmaking? Because when he goes into the field, he's working on the basis of a script that was written for him. And then when I look at his diaries, I begin to understand how little of what was written for him he could execute or wanted to execute or felt was right. And that's when he begins to negotiate. So there isn't authorship there because there is a reflectivity in his work. There's a subjectivity in his work. And I find it incredibly interesting to observe how he negotiated that as being the person who's actually in the field capturing the footage. So that was just to clarify, because he's not a director and he never described himself as one. But going back to the archive, where Rasha is absolutely right is that all of this hinges on personal trust, which is built over years. And I'm fully mindful of the fact that if it weren't for him, and the fact that I'm working on a film about him using his footage, it would probably have been impossible for me to work with the unedited footage that he shot. This has just been, I happened to arrive, I think, at a moment in his life where he was willing to open those doors for me. And I'm incredibly respectful and mindful of the fact that, it's kind of an incredible opportunity. And it is only because he is, in that sense, the author of the footage, that I'm able to also negotiate what I described earlier, these political and legal and diplomatic questions concerning this footage, because it really is in a state of limbo, but it's in a state of limbo for many reasons. One of which is the breakup of Yugoslavia and the unresolved succession issues concerning Yugoslav archives. And then a second, obviously, is the political situation in Serbia right now. And the third, obviously, being, as I mentioned, kind of the diplomatic tensions inherent in material that has been filmed by one country for another and never really fully legally resolved, which I think answers one of the questions that was posed in the chat concerning what sort of collaborations. It's really hard to say. What I've dedicated my work to in the last 3 years is making this archive known.
Should I read the question quick?
Sure.
Oh yeah, this is read it. So we had a question about what sort of collaborations could one establish with archive activists in the African countries to preserve and share these images?
So the images are preserved in the sense that this archive is in a pretty decent condition, and the people who work on it and with it are the newsreels just joined FIAF, is the International Archive Federation. So, it's been a long path of trying to bring up the standards because they're a very poorly funded institution, a cultural institution of the Serbian government, but possibly the one that receives the least amount of funding from the Ministry of Culture. But just to say, they're not crumbling. These are archives that are in, decent atmospheric temperature conditions. They're simply not the object of research right now, because for reasons I explained in my presentation. But what sort of collaborations? Well, that's kind of been the challenge for me in the last couple of years. So the work that I focused on is, one, making this archive known, two, contextualizing it, because I would hate for this material to become kind of stock footage for commercial productions, and then kind of narrative of, the narratives of kind of commercially well-funded documentary projects. I really cared about not the images being contextualized in the context of their creation, how these collaborations came to being, and what these images are really vectors of, this kind of solidarity and so on. And from that point on, one thing that I've been trying to do is figure out ways to make these images travel, not just within the scope of making one documentary film about the person who shot them, but really to make them travel via exhibitions, via some kind of presentations, public partnerships, and so on.
Thank you. Yeah, there have been a few questions. I'll sum them up from Abu Bakr, again, about accessibility to students interested in non-alignment and so on. And I think those are kind of answered a bit in your in what you've said. I wanted to go to Cynthia's question to Russia, and then maybe bring that back to Eva at some point. But the question is, have you found out how the critical Soviet mentors passed on dissidence to their students? Was it through a philosophical epistemic attitude, or particular practices? I guess it's a question of transmission somehow, again, of ideology and cinematic praxis and aesthetics. And I wondered if Eva could also come in on that question after you, Russia, to talk to the strange position of this figure from Tanzania, this Askari man who ends up in Nazi Germany and aligns himself with the strange neo-colonial movement of that period. I'm curious about these other transmissions of ideology in the aesthetics of the statue, in his kind of strange logo as well. Thanks.
I want to preface, Saving Bruce Lee is not the only project that looked into this transmission of practice. There is a beautiful project that was undertaken by an organization called Transit in Bratislava that basically explored the history of the FAMU school in Prague, and the sort of third world or international graduates. And there's currently a project undertaken by the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, looking at the graduates of the school in Łódź. I think criticality was transmitted through various means. Through, if you look at the curricula, I mean, they were studying economics, they were studying atheism, because it was the Soviet Union, but they were studying the history of art, and they were reading Marx. And the mentors were the penultimate reference for the 4 or 5 years that the students were at the school. And I think there was a lot of there was a big intimacy between the filmmakers and the mentors. And the fondest memories from everybody that we interviewed was the relationship to the mentor. Otherwise, they had scant contact with other people in Russian society. In Soviet cinema, the supreme dissident, subversive filmmaker is considered to be Andrei Tarkovsky. Andrei Tarkovsky never taught. he was barely accessible to those people. Igor Talankin, who had several films banned, was there for the students. Marlene Khoutsiev never had any easy time making films, and even had a couple of films banned, was also the transmitter of the craft. They remember when we, of course, we asked them all about Tarkovsky. They remember going to Gosfilmofond, watching Tarkovsky's new film before it went to Venice or Cannes, but that was it. So there is this necessity of rethinking the canon and writing those people into Soviet. What we don't know is what they gave to their Soviet students and teachers, what they taught them, what they left them with. But we know that what they brought back was this incredible sense of justice and commitment to justice.
That's very interesting. It'd be nice to hear from Eva.
Yeah, I just want to quickly speak about Mohammed Hussen's kind of role in, or his public role in Germany. Well, one has to remember that he was a child soldier for the Germans. His father was also a soldier for the Germans and died in the First World War. And then Germans had to give the colony to the Brits, and well, then eventually Mohammed Hussen came to Germany. So there wasn't really, I don't think, as an Askari, having fought for the Germans, it was probably not kind of the best place to be in the British colony then, for one to be. And then in Germany, if you think of it kind of in the language of the cinema, the role that was offered to Mohammed Hussen was the role of the faithful Askari. That was kind of the German, what's the English, like the military leaders who had fought in the former colony. They kind of, when there were public events, they like to have him by their side as like a live specimen of the faithful Askari. And this is also in the film. I play with the statue and Mohammed Hussen, that the Germans really wanted the bronze statue more than the live Mohammed Hussen, because he exceeded this role constantly, like writing to the Foreign Office, asking for a war medal, that was only meant for white soldiers, and they really didn't know what to do with this request, for example. And then he had a German wife and had children with several other German women. And he was not, in his public persona, he was playing the role that was offered to him in this neo-colonial movement. Also, it was like his childhood, everything he knew kind of from his childhood was being a soldier. But then he spilled kind of over this role, which also led to his end, why he was interred in a concentration camp because of one too many affairs. And so he wasn't like the Nazis wanted him as this faithful Askari, but he also wasn't, and this for me was interesting as a filmmaker, he was also not like I might have wanted him, this revolutionary anti-colonial freedom fighter, but he was very much kind of figuring out kind of his way, playing with the roles that were offered by him by society. And so, and as a kind of script writer and film director, I think this is it's a wonderful character that you cannot pin down easily and put him in into this Schablone, what is that, like framework or that framework. But until the end, you really, he keeps slipping kind of away.
I want to, there are some questions from Abu Bakr and others just around new linkages between African cinema and Soviet cinema of the same period and if VGIK was home of the Cine Rebels, have you looked into this? Another question from Abu Bakr about African filmmakers African films post-produced in Russia, and if you have know anything more about that work, and a question about the access to films outside of the newsreel, so fiction, I guess, or other kinds of documentaries, such as The Time of Leopards shot in Mozambique. So those questions, I wonder if we have 10 more minutes. Those are kind of questions quite directly about the archives. So I wonder if we could come back to those. I wanted to ask a question about representation and gender, if that's okay, to kind of keep with the question of this figure in your film, Eva, and the kind of central figure in your kind of film, who's the cameraman who's become the author through your kind of engagement with him in your film Mila. And I guess the figure of Bruce Lee and the kinds of directors who we're hearing speaking in the work in the Bruce Lee project, they're mostly men. And so it's a very strongly masculine subjectivity who authors this space in some sense, and also travels this national and transnational kind of division in a way, not without like massive consequences in some cases, as you've said, for the directors. And the story of your film, Eva, is a really tragic one. I mean, a kind of a figure, and I was a figure of really the tragedy of that period. But I think what I'm interested in is how you as filmmakers, I don't know if you identify as women, but I mean, largely as women filmmakers, and I guess myself in my own work, how we re-enter these archives and reinscribe these masculinities in some way, and what the role of fiction is in that.
I'll answer quickly. I love your question, Bettina. To answer Abu Bakr quickly, we did not look into films that were post-produced in Russia. I mean, I didn't really want to get into this, but it was really very, very hard for us to access the archives. And in the end, we had to go through very circuitous ways. I could not disclose the names of whoever provided us in the end with the films. And the mistrust was on many levels. So we did not look into that in the post-production. The answer, most of the applicants to the VGIK were men. I think almost all. And even in the classrooms, you find very few women. I think the applicants from the so-called third world countries, women were encouraged to apply to get diplomas in pharmacy, not in filmmaking, basically in jobs that secured careers, but not in filmmaking. So it was very much a man's world and very much stories of men. However, I mean, part of the subversion in those films that they made are stories of broken masculinities. So not only they were, in Sissako or in Usama Muhammad's film, Stars in Broad Daylight, it's just an examination of a scathing critique of patriarchy, of violence, and of how men break women and become broken in the process. So yeah, the absence of women is astounding.
Mila, if you don't want to, I can just quickly say this may not directly answer your question, but what I found curious during my research, that it seemed to be only like the white German women that engaged with Mohammed Hussein outside of his like kind of military or movie career. Like he was married, he had children with at least 2 different women, more affairs that we know of, and that kind of this, that they would engage with them on a personal level like this. I don't know how this is mirrored in my engagement with the archival material, but to the, and to speak to the kind of how the African man is represented in these films, there was also a curious shift in German cinema. In the 1920s, still the African man had a kind of diabolical, no, how do you say it? Like mystic, diabolical sexuality, and was kind of a mystic strong. And then in the 1930s, when Husen was in the cinema more, it was the African man was this kind of dumb nephew character, and the German colonialists were the good uncles, and it was all kind of a jolly relationship. And Mohamed Husen, maybe through his physicality, rather small guy, fit into this view. And so there was really a change, and he was really kind of desexualized, is that a word, in his movie roles. But obviously the German women found him very interesting. I don't know, so
I mean, I find your question really interesting because obviously, you know, being a female camera person facing off against him, filming him, and then kind of going on the traces of where he filmed, and particularly when I was filming in Algeria as a you know, one-person crew, being a female, it kind of really brought home to me all of the complexities of what that would have meant even back in the 1950s when he had been there with a camera. But I just think that sometimes what complicates this question is when you filter it through the prism of socialism, because it's absolutely not the same experience, I think, as viewed from a Western perspective. Because within the socialist project in Yugoslavia, which was very much a modernist project, patriarchy was absolutely seen as belonging to this vertical of capitalism, imperialism, and so on. And so, for example, the Anti-Fascist Front of Women was one of the largest and most important political organizations in Yugoslavia at the time. So just to say that sometimes it's worth bearing in mind that when you filter this question through socialist political structures, it tends to lead to different outcomes. In the case of the Yugoslav newsreels, there were women who were editors of the stories. And I don't mean physically editors, but if editors in the sense of those who wrote the voiceovers and the newsreels. So very much having more of an authorial position in the final product than he would have had as a cameraman. But it is a question that we discussed many, many times, because one of the things I did with him often, going back to Eva's strategies of reframing the material, is I would make him watch the footage with me and comment on it and try and kind of provide an alternative voiceover to the material. And we would, every time there was a female presence in his footage, whether it's one of the female combatants in the Algerian Liberation Army, or it's women who were members of the press corps at the United Nations General Assembly, we would stop the image and discuss that actually. What is the role of women and where were the women? And, you know, how much technological advances in the material that we carry have affected their ability to be present in the field, even, which for me never felt like a very convincing argument, but it was there.
I'd like to add something, Bettina.
Okay,
On race.
We have 2 minutes, but go ahead, and then I have one more. Yeah.
I mean, the crazy thing about race is that you basically they were experiencing racism all the time when they were in Moscow, and they stood out. So 2 of the students' films that we were surfaced were about confronting Russian society with Africa and their perceptions of Africa. One is Suleiman Ibrahim Nour's film called Africa, and the other is earlier generation Costa Dian's film called The Dance of the Masks. The second thing is that they had to film exercises throughout the years of being at the VGIG. And sometimes they needed to cast roles. And the only person available or who was willing to play a role was a friend who was also African. So they play cavalrymen in the Russian army, in the so-called Russian army. Or there was an adaptation The Killers, the short story by Hemingway, which became a film many, many times. And the characters are black skinned, but they don't represent an African. So there was this like race and skin color appear in different and contradicting ways in the films.
That's very interesting. I think that we haven't really gotten to discuss race. The last question, or maybe a thought, something that was a question that I'll turn into a provocation that we can end with, aside from maybe some of the things you didn't answer, which were the practical questions around archives. Maybe you can chat with those people, after. But what Hanky asked, she's the wonderful person who's assisting us behind the scenes today. She asked, does the physicality of film, Mila kept emphasizing it was 35 millimeter that was shot and that is housed in the archive, which is, if you work with film, this is very different to 16 and 8 millimeter. And we understand also that the weight of particular cameras at particular times changes how easy they are to operate in the field and who might be operating them, and Hanky asks, does this physicality actually allow for a different kind of collaboration with history? And I thought this was a really interesting question, and she goes back to Mpho's work, which is about these double exposure roles, double exposures of these white personal archives in relation to land in the context in which he's working as a collaboration. And I guess it's really interesting to think of all of your gestures to the archive as kinds of collaboration or reaching out for collaboration, which maybe doesn't always get returned in a sense. And sort of, I guess also to note that, all of us occupy particular racial positions in relation to that archive, and we're kind of, figuring out our kind of image within the shadow, maybe as well. So I think we can end there. Thank you very much. Trying to keep time, it's not very easy. And sorry, we started a little late. We'll break for lunch and we'll see everybody later. Wonderful panel, thank you. Bye-bye.
So I'm not going to do a long introduction here because we don't need to do that because people will know. And there's biographies that have been sent out and a program and and we put long biographies in. You'll see. I found one of you, Jihan, a long one. I made it longer.
Says you're online, Pervaiz.
Oh yeah, I think we're live.
I've just turned my phone off. I'm not going to do a long introduction here because we don't need to do that because people will know. So, and there's biographies that have been sent out and a program and we put long biographies in. You'll see. I found one of you. So, hello everybody. That was a bit of a strange effect. It's because my YouTube was on. So it creates a sound loop. Yes, I've turned my YouTube off. Welcome to this afternoon session with Jihan El-Tahri and John Akomfrah, and my colleague this afternoon, Pervaiz, who's going to chair it. I was just saying, as you heard, that I don't think there's any need for long introductions apart from saying that both John and Jihan have worked with archives in many different ways over a number of years. And what we've asked them to do this afternoon is not to do presentations as such, but to engage in a discussion come dialogue conversation with myself and Pervaiz, but with each other as well. And we have the facility for people putting comments in the YouTube comment section and asking questions. And we've asked people just to keep those to questions rather. Yes, because the panelists won't see comments. Yes, so we welcome those sorts of questions, and there'll be points where they'll be passed on to us to share with John and Jihan. So what we did want to do, is just to start things by asking Jihan and John about talking about the significances and challenges. I suppose we posed three sort of headings, and it's worth saying that at the start, and then we can freeform around it. The significance and challenges of working with the archive. Yes, their own uses of the archive, yes, and how it's integrated into their work. And thirdly, the colonial archive, yes, and those are the three headings. And obviously we're open to other suggestions from people in the comments, and Pervaiz and I will obviously interject every so often. So maybe we should begin with Jihan. Yes.
Thank you for having me. The significance and challenges are so many. I think maybe I'd best start by saying that my own practice, I can divide in kind of three phases. I'm just about starting the fourth, but when I started working with the archive in, let's say, the mid-80s, it was more about archaeology, finding archive. And one got so excited about finding a new image that one had never seen, and you kind of built around it and tried to figure out, and so it was really about finding stuff. And then a couple of years later, you start looking at it and saying, hold on a minute, what actually is this bit of archive? So the second phase became a phase of contextualization. Whenever I find a piece of archive, it would take me more time trying to figure out, what is this piece of archive? When exactly was it? Who were in it? Why was it taken? And, that in itself became a whole different process. And then the third phase, which is the more recent one, is trying to figure out the representation of the archive, which again is a different aspect of it. Well, celluloid at the time, you don't just go and shoot. Somebody sent you out to shoot this specific event. Why was it important? Who sent you out to Of course, I'm talking about archive that is pre-digital, and so trying to figure out what lies in the image and the intention of why that image has been kept has been the last phase. So I guess if you put all these three together, on the one hand, the significance of it is that, let's be honest, we need to piece together our history. We don't know what happened. So every bit of information is one's attempt to try and grapple with these unitary mythologies that most of the time don't make sense. So these bits of archives are like little marks on the road saying, well, maybe this happened, maybe that happened. And of course, what is interesting at that point is the silent spaces. Like you find this bit of archive and you find this other bit of archive, and everything in between is missing. So I guess I'm more phase 4 is trying to figure out what is missing in the archive, contextualizing or representing. So maybe I don't know, I'm making my own life difficult, but I don't know. Go on, John, your turn.
That's a fantastic. I love the phrase you just used, unitary mythologies. I think that's so suggestive and so emblematic, really, of the manifold reasons why I got involved in working with the archive. I mean, of course, when we say archive in this particular context, we're talking about the cinematic archive, but my engagement started with the much broader sense of what constitutes the archive, of which the cinematic was a strand. And one of the reasons why that was the case is completely tied up with who I am, in a way. I'm part of a generation of children who were either born or brought here somewhere between 1951 and 61. That generation effectively was the first post-war, post-migrant group of young people of color to experience, British society as young people, as children. Generations before had arrived, in effect, fully formed, adults, if you will. We were the first group to grow up here. And so many of the manifold contradictions and complexities of becoming in this space were revealed to us because we were in unfamiliar territories to ones that our parents would have been in. And the question of the unitary mythology was absolutely central, because one of the things you had to get used to was this discrepancy between the official rhetoric of national identity and the actually existing identities on the ground, right? You had to get used to this sense that the sense of unitariness that the official rhetoric offered was in fact a mythology. It was a necessary mythology, but it was a mythology all the same. And the reasons why you knew it was a mythology was because it seemed to both acknowledge your existence, but take it away at the same time. So it seemed to offer the idea that you were both British, but not at the same time, So one of the things that we found ourselves confronted by was the yearning and a desire to confirm, if you will, what our presence amounted to in this place. And the archival was our deconstructive turn. The archival was the means by which one secured a sense of a presence in this place, in the absence of any other tangible evidence. Otherwise, the archival functioned for us in a way that I think it does for all diasporas. Most diasporas come into being in a kind of absence, in a state of absence. There are the things that affirm other identities, be they monuments or statues, seem to indelibly not include you, right? There are not many, I mean, even now, if you look around this place, there are not many monuments that attest to the fact that between 49 and the present, millions of people from across the global south pass through this place. None. So the archive becomes this place of deposits, affective, narrative, semiotic. It's the place where you find visions of oneself. And so it has been absolutely critical for my practice because of those broader reasons. There are specific ones, but those are the broader ones that have sort of animated the practice, if you like.
I mean, it's interesting you say that, because I come to the archive from the complete opposite way. I grew up all over the place.
Yeah.
And the concept of being a global citizen, when one could say words like this, no more. But I didn't think it necessary to look for the me, because me was all over the place. But there was this idea that independence had a vision for a collective future. And that was passed on to me very powerfully. And the idea, this Pan-African idea, even if at a time it works, it doesn't work, it was about a process, it was about a vision, it was about a collective. And when we came back to Egypt, I grew up in the UK, when we came back to Egypt, that discrepancy between what I had grown up believing once we get back to was so contradictory that I tried to figure out, where did this vision go? How did it go? And especially, I mean, Nasser, Nkrumah, Sekaturi, the pillars of... and what happened to it? Why didn't it move? I mean, did it move forward? Did it not move forward? There was this sudden halt. It's as though something never happened. And there was no end to it. There was just like around 66, 67, everything stopped. But, maybe out of, in Ghana, because Nkrumah was ousted, but in Egypt because of the 67 war, but then you find it all over the place. So you come into the 70s, which is when I get back to Egypt, and it's a whole other different world. And you suddenly try and grapple with, where do I begin the new narrative? It's not as though I was against the new narrative, but where do I begin it? What happened for us to change that one? And I think that's how I come to the archive, trying to figure out first, how did they come up with that vision? And why did they come up to that with that vision? And it's putting together all these moments of independence and what broke down and why it broke down. That was my search. And when I say about archaeology, I was trying to find these bits. So obviously, every now and then you come across things in the archives, and as John said, that depository suddenly gives you another image, and you say, hold on a minute, what was that? And I think, of course, it's related to identity. And of course, it's about, I think, the ultimate question that our generation asked, and I think this generation today is going to ask even more. Who are we? Who are we as individual countries? And who are we as a collective, and are we a collective? So it's not really about affirming this or that. I think, at least in my practice, I'm more interested in the questions that nobody's asking, as simple as who's an Egyptian? Like, who is an Egyptian? Not who has the right to a piece of paper, but like we talk about Egyptians as this one thing, and again coming back to this unitary mythologies. But you know, the nation state as a problematic.
You know, it's so weird. Sorry to butt in. I know you, Pervaiz, and you know you might want to say something, but I couldn't let that go. I couldn't let that moment go without pointing out the striking parallel and difference in our lives, because literally, as Jihan is heading to Africa, I was leaving. You know, I was leaving because of the 66 coup that she talks about. And in a way, what that meant for me was leaving a certain Pan-African archive to embrace a new one. Because my whole family, tradition, history was wrapped up with the Pan-African archive. You know, becoming familiar with it, learning about it, reading about it, trying to meet, you know, my dad and mom, both of them spent their whole lives up until that point trying to be good Pan-Africanists, you know, studying it, reading about it, meeting others, and you know, their whole life. And so in a way, 66 was a sort, for me, a cessation of that archive and its effectivity and its determining role in my life, you know. And I was cast into a space of another kind of solitude, in which the question of who you were post that collapse was the central one. You know, I mean, it was not unusual to hear. It's almost like a kind of threnody or a motif, musical and otherwise, in British life at the time when we arrived. It wasn't unusual to hear over and over again this question, or this idea rather, that young people of color didn't know who they were or what they were. And in fact, we made the first piece I worked on in '82, using the Albert Memorial that I've just returned to behind me again for, so usually your life does tend to go round and round, was about this question. And so part of the quest, I think, for, in generational terms, but certainly for the group that I worked with between '82 and the mid-90s, was to try and answer that question via the detour through the archive. So, okay, what are we? Because everybody tells us we are nothing. Everybody says you're nothing. And you know, I don't want to make it seem like the archive was this prismatic, pure space either, okay? Like when in '84, we wanted to make this, build this history of Black Britishness on film, not one of the official libraries in this country had a section called Black Lives or Black British. It didn't exist, right? So part of the deconstructive gesture of turning to the archive was to build precisely that inventory. You know, to go to Granada TV and say, you know, do you know what, guys? You've got this guy, Stokely Carmichael, on your list. He should be with this lot, which is called Black Panthers. Take him out of the race riots because he's not, you know, like you had to literally provide narratives sometimes for whole institutions by which they can then begin to gather stuff together, you know.
The indexing, the power of the indexing.
You know? But it was, as anyone will attest who's ever confronted or encountered the archive, it is quite literally decentered. You know, it's dispersed. It's characterized by a discursivity. You know, that one of the main chapters of one's work with it is precisely to do with this question of relocating the remains, trying to literally give it body, right? Give it identity, give it shape. So it's important that we get that sense of our encounter with the archive right. It's not something that already, certainly in our case, was always already there. Right? The always alreadiness had to be put into it by us.
Yeah.
You know?
Sorry, can I add something to what John said? Because in my hometown, which John knows pretty well, Birmingham, up till the 90s, and I think they've relabeled them, when you went in to look for press cuttings, I was working on an exhibition, and I went to look for press cuttings, and there, the press cuttings from the 40s and 50s had the title, The Colour Problem. Yes. That was the heading of all the books. The original cuttings were all there, but it was the colour problem. That's what it was put under. Yeah. So just to give a sense of that, what we were categorized into.
But, I mean, if you don't mind, Palissa, I hope I'm not interrupting. But
no, you're okay. Please continue.
Just in terms of even on an individual country level, like I found out, like literally found out that Egypt had a president before Gamal Abdel Nasser when I'm like a full adult, only, I don't know, 15 years ago. Like, and talking about indexing and just trying to figure out. And the only reason I found out who he was is like this face kept coming in some of the archive. And I took a picture of it and I showed it to my dad and I was like, who is this man? He keeps coming up in the archive and I can't find a name for him. And he says, oh, that was Egypt's first president. I said, what do you mean Egypt's first president? It's like, wasn't it Nasser? He said, no, there was a president for almost 3 years before. 3 years. And I didn't even know his name. I couldn't recognize his face. And so when I said the indexing, it's like when people seems a white, even the way we tell history, if I didn't have my dad to tell me who this man was, there's my whole narrative and how I'm putting it together and how trying to arrange, trying to log, I mean, loggings is a completely different time. In the archive in the Congo, logging the archive for them, just because I needed to understand one little bit. The archive was there. I mean, half the time you opened the canister and the termites flew in your face. But the logging itself didn't indicate, I mean, some of it wasn't there, but to do this was, at least I believe, more important for my film than to actually use the images I found. Because in these 3 months, by logging the archive, a whole narrative that there was no way I was going to put it in any film, but it gave me an understanding of at least what not to say.
You, Jihan, I recently read an interview that you did with Pervaiz, in which you speak about the tension between what you call sort of I think you've both referred to it, John, as well, this notion of the official rhetoric and what does get recorded and what ends up being kind of on the surface when we talk about history and we talk about archive, and then the undiscovered, the underground, the kind of the stuff that happens that is missed or repressed, or and what you're both causing me to think about is, as well as to look is also to create, or to when you come into what you're referring to, John, as your encounter with the archive, which is very messy, unpredictable. What you're also doing is you're bringing to the surface, and you're narrativizing, and you're bringing context too. And it's something that maybe we might take for granted now, because some of the images that do end up in your films, or you did index, are now kind of floating through the internet, and we're just taking for granted that this has always been Blackness in the 70s in London, or this has always been what an Egyptian might have been like in 1956. We just presume it now, but it is exhumed. In fact, it's something that had to be kind of gone to. So I'm interested in that process then that you keep referring to, of simultaneously creating the inventory as well as kind of creating what you need in essence. And how do you do that? How do you do that without getting frightened, without getting overwhelmed, without yourself starting to feel like that entropy is overwhelming, and that the whole sort of, even the institutions that are supposed to kind of memorialize are failing you? Because you're supposed to just get there and get the stuff and make the film, and now you have to do all this other work. It's a general question.
No, that's a nice one. Do you mind if I have a go, Jihan?
Go.
I'm ready to go. I mean, I love phrases. I love hearing other people come up with phrases that allows them to make sense of things. And you just used one that is one of my favorites. You said exhume. I love the sense of exhumation the one brings to these gestures, which are, after all, part of our obligations to the dead. Because the real problem I found is not a problem of the traditional dyad of absence presence. There's an absence of Black images, so what you do is you go in there and you find them, and then you give it a presence. If it was that simple, things would be a lot easier. In fact, what we started to find was that that there were images or categories in which a certain kind of Blackness was located, but they were categories and images which were locked into a dialectic, and that dialectic was a narrative of unbecoming. Right? So it's not simply that there weren't any Black images. There were, but those Black images, for instance, or Asian, call it what you will, were in categories that were about denying them a kind of humanity, to be liberal humanist about this for a moment, okay? And as Pervaiz said, you would, for instance, if you wanted Black images, you didn't go to a category called Blackness, you went to something called color bar, or the color problem, or, in other words, all the images that were in most of the European archives at the time seemed to be caught up in a kind of social problem dialectic, right? Which had this weird kind of engagement with whiteness, because a lot of it was about telling you something about a besieged whiteness, or the unsullied whiteness which will be threatened by this stuff. It was all, really caught up in this narrative of pathologizing one set in order to make whole, make cleaner, make clearer another group, So you were immediately plunged into this aesthetic and ethical battle with the very thing that you say you were turning to save you in the first place. You start asking it questions. And those questions are to do with relocation, the ethic of relocating, the ethic of decloaking, the precarious, etc., etc. It becomes a fight in itself in a space which is not neutral, right? The archive vault, both metaphorically and physically, is not a neutral space. There are caretakers, and they are either persons or narratives or institutions. And when you say you want to do this, you take them on, either because you can afford to, or because you have to, or because there are things in it that you have to find a path to get to, And none of this is without struggle, has to be said. Yeah, so I don't want to get the impression that, which is really what's somehow taken hold in many, many initiatives at the moment, which is the idea that there is something called the archive, which is there, that you go to, and you find things in it that affirms narratives. When you get to those places called the archive, what you find are unproblematic existences, right, of unproblematic characters and narratives. Not true at all, in fact.
Actually, I wanted to get to Melissa's the way I love the way you said, well, you're adding a chore where you're supposed to, just get on with it. But actually, it's the exact opposite. When at least most of the countries I've worked in, and even my country, the concept of the archive and going towards it, you're already in battle gear. I mean, that you're going to have problems. Are you ready or are you not? So it's not like you go. I remember the first time I went to Nara in the US. I was like, I didn't know what to do with myself. My God, I can just say what I want, and they give me a little card and I go get it. Is that how it works? Traditionally, this isn't how it works. How it works is that you come into it knowing that if you're going to find something, you're going to fight for it. And most probably, if you find stuff that's being hidden, and then you also, I'd like to underline that a lot of the political battles internally go through the archive. So, for example, when Sadat comes to power, what he does is that he gets rid of a lot of the archive. So what you find in the official archive are only the moments that everyone has seen before, which is Nasser and the crowds cheering. So anything else that happened is unfindable. But one of the things I found very interesting is that at a certain period, they'd burn the archives, the image archives, but they'd forget to burn the audio DAT. They had audio. So I'd find all this audio that obviously came with images at some point. So that's another layer of archive, the audio, because it tells stories that you'll never find in images. And for example, also Radio Cairo, which by the way had 18 languages as part of this Pan-African concept. You find that archive, but you find no history to put this in context. And so what I just wanted in Palesa is that, no, you don't take for granted that this is something you're going to find and you're going to use. You go in there knowing that the risk of spending sometimes years could be a complete futile adventure in terms of the film you're trying to make right now. But it's not a futile adventure in terms of the personal level. And I think, I'm a newcomer to the art world, if that phrase makes any sense. So 2000 and something. But in a way, I came to it as a bit of a liberator, because there's certain kinds of archives that I have grappled with, that there's a whole narrative that I have, but I can't put into a film because. So when we start off about the obstacles and challenges, another layer of obstacles and challenges is what is it we are allowed to do in terms of format. Because if you're doing a TV film, it's not about the challenges of what I can do and what the archive does. It's what are the parameters that you are allowed to use them in. Like, of course, when you started a bit earlier on, the challenges in terms of logistics were slightly less. Release forms, the trail of right, all these things were slightly less. Now, the minute you use an image, it's like you have to climb the mountain. It feels like the Rock of Sisyphus, like, oh my God. And like, whose images is this? Like something like Lumumba, the famous image where they put it exists in 7 archives. It doesn't belong to anyone. Yet depending on where you took it from, you then have to forget the money. It's like the whole system that you have to go through. And I think these challenges is part of, I'm currently the Director General of an institution called Docsbox, and we came up with this manifesto that that we spent 3 years working on, called Liberate the Image. Liberate it, because we need to use these images, and we need images, and archive images are there for us to interact with them and to live with them and to reinterpret them. They're useful in terms of what we are and what we will become also. Put by institutions, yes, claiming intellectual property, but how come intellectual property? Why is this archive sitting in the British National Archive in the first place? Which brings us to the whole question of restitution and colonial archives, which opens a whole other Pandora's box. We haven't even dealt with the other one to start dealing with this one,
Is that our segue?
It is indeed. And it's a really beautiful one. I think, Jihan, you're bringing up many things, and I think a lot of them are quite emotional and quite evocative. I can feel the kind of the emotion in what you're saying, and I think please kind of for you John and Jihan, maybe do dive in, because I can sense that there's a lot in the questions of ownership and in the questions of access. And I think even the way that I'm saying it is kind of bringing it into very sort of banal language, but there's actually a lot that we're getting at here. And I'd like you both to maybe dive in and expand.
I mean, it's so much of what Jihan has been talking about in the last 10 minutes is so suggestive of all of our encounters with the archival, especially when she spoke about going to NARA, which is the American Library of Congress sort of media division. Anyone who wants to understand anything about overdevelopment and underdevelopment needs to just pay a visit to that library. The thing which I've been obsessed by, and that's in a way tied up to the colonial archive, is the many complex ways in which the archival occupies this mimetic relation to, its national narrative or its national host, post-national host, even, if you like. So, for instance, if the lives of people in Ghana go through a period of maximum precarity, then you could guarantee that this precariousness will also characterize the archival, how it's preserved or not. And one of the only times that I've not been, usually I'm kind of angry about archives, but there was only one time when I was so distraught that I just sat down and cried because I didn't know what else to do. And this was in Ghana about 15 years ago, when it became clear that the Ghanaian archive had absolutely mirrored, you know, all the narratives of underdevelopment that one would find in a Walter Rodney book or Samir Amin book. I mean, absolutely mirrored it, because there were two strands of material. If you were a filmmaker in Ghana between 50, then the Gold Coast, to the late 90s, and you shot anything beyond a certain date, if you shot material in color, it was sent to Europe, to Britain, to be developed and processed and all that. And if it was black and white, it was done in Ghana, right? This was, the black and white material, in other words, was a sort of Pan-African incrumentalist gesture, right? Of autonomy and self-sufficiency, all the narratives that one finds absolutely central to the Pan-African discourse, where the organizing tropes and motifs for why black and white archives existed in West Africa. And when I got there finally to try and access it, much of it had been locked into a room. And you've got to realize this was, you know, this is West Africa, it's hot. Right. Much of it had been locked in a room with no air conditioning, you know, and this is nitrate stock a lot of the time. So some of it, quite a bit of it had gone up in flames. Right? Now, it would be great to mount my high horse and talk about archives and, you know, how dare the Ghanaians do this archive. The problem was that the archival existed, in, as I said, in these completely mimetic relations. It absolutely mirrored the hardships in the society at large. You know, nobody had air conditioning, never mind film. Most people didn't have power. It went off for half a day. And generators were only there for embassies and NGOs, big NGOs. You know, now if you wanted a complete contrast to this, you flew to London that evening, and in the morning you could walk into Technicolor, right? Pristine. And in the vote, there was the color material shot by Ghanaians. Pristine, clean, kept. As long as you paid for it, it was there. You know? So it is important for us to say that this is also the case. Now, the problem here is that much of that archive exists in this anti-colonial move that many of these countries made. And to speak about the colonial archive is just too big. So I'm going to park that for a minute and defer to Jihan if you wanted to say anything to that.
No, I think you said shot by Ghanaians. And I think just to broaden this a bit, there's a huge difference between former British colonies and former French colonies, because the former French colonies between 1934 and 1960, you had something called the Laval Decree. And the Laval Decree forbid natives to have anything to do with filming, technical assistance, anything to do with the image. And so up until 1960, there is nothing shot by, except countries like Egypt. Well, we know it starts way back and it's different. But the whole of French former colonies, there are no images shot through the local gaze. Even if they're rotting, it just doesn't exist because it was forbidden. And I think this is very important when we talk about colonial archive, because yes, it's very precious. We cannot take it out of the reality of our history, because as much as we want to decolonize the gaze, at the same time, we did live through colonialism. That's something we have to deal with. It's part of our history. We can't just say, oh, what were we like before? This did happen. And so I think the colonial archive is really fascinating because on the one hand, and it's somehow easier in the French countries because you know that all of this is shot by someone else through that gaze, whereas the images from former British colonies, you're not quite sure, is this from here, is this from there? And the analysis of the image. So, for example, a Sudanese archive, a huge Sudanese archive from the 40s was just digitized, actually probably one of the first African filmmaker, Jadallah Jabara. And I was like, before he died, I was working with him sometimes, and then with his daughter who finally managed to digitize the archive, which obviously I hadn't seen because I couldn't see it. And then I start watching some of the images and I felt terribly uncomfortable, because I know it's shot by him, but everything in it comes from an era where the translation is not particularly what we expect, because it wasn't that period. So our relationship and our, the generations before us shifts, and I'll re-underline what John was saying, mimicking where we're at. This comes through the image. But then the question of access, you said ownership and access. Both of them are huge issues, because ownership, what are we talking about ownership? I mean, what is it? Is it about who shot it? Who bought the celluloid? Who's in it? Like, who owns it? I do not want to get into these debates. Why? Because we have a right to that footage, no matter what the trail of rights are. You want to call it accessibility, you want to call it whatever it is, but we have a right to be part use. And if ownership is another methodology of monetization, I'm really not interested in that debate. I know some people are. I know that there are full archives being found. And if it's just another format of, do we recreate another form of coloniality into these archives, no matter where it's coming from? That's a whole issue that I don't particularly want to get into. But accessibility, I'm sorry, I have a right to map where these archives are. I have a right to use them, and have a right to use them, I'm not saying for free, because if we start arguing about using archive for free, then the whole issue of preservation comes up.
Right. Yeah.
Archives do cost money. And when I first started working with archive, we had to just pay transfer fees and present. So minutes of archive cost you between most expensive $100, $150. Okay, now maybe it's more expensive, $300. Fine, maybe they should be paid, but don't come ask me for 4,000-5,000 euros a minute. For whom? Why? It's this process that stops us and stops the South from questioning, engaging with its own archive, because it's not just about using it. I need to question it too. You know?
Yeah. Jihan, I love how you are bottom line. Hey, we're with you. Are you with us? I love how you are. You're bringing us to the bottom line as far as there's just some questions that don't need to be asked, and so we don't have to speculate around them. And I think a lot of what you're saying is that's squaring the circle, like you said, John. That's the bottom line. Like we have a right to it, and we should, like, and as you've said, there's a war to be fought, I suppose, when it comes to that question. I wanted to take us into who is listening to us on YouTube or watching us on YouTube, and to maybe read through a comment that has been shared. It might not necessarily keep us in this conversation, in this part of the conversation, but I think it'll help kind of broaden this question. Uses the phrase contested heritage, and I'll read the whole question for everyone. This is from Anjali, who says she I think she has some relationship with the Otolith group. Yeah, that's awesome. Yes. Cool.
And we both know her very well. She's
awesome.
The second half of the Otolith group.
Hey,
the first half of the Otolith group.
It's such a pleasure. Thank you so much, Anjali. So she's written the UK government has passed a bill to outlaw critical race theory and anti-capitalist teaching in schools. And this has been discussed in a recent 3-hour debate on critical race theory in Parliament. And Oliver Dowden from the DCMs recently told all major institutions that they have to take an arm's length approach to activism or politics. This is happening in the States as well. This is they kind of excising this kind of material from the curriculum, and this was in a letter based on contested heritage and the tearing down of monuments. I see. These bills require more complex ways of rethinking, she says, narrative, as we recently discussed in an interview she had with you, John, for Freeze. If there's ever a time for thinking how to deal with this as the unthought, it is now. I think maybe this question brings us to something that is about the present moment. And Jihan, you said you run an institution that is very much concerned with access, but also here's the question of how the work that you have been involved in, the work that other filmmakers are involved in, or other artists or teachers are involved in, how it sits with the greater questions of whose story is being told and whose history is being taught, etc. The war continues, it seems.
I would continue to. It's a very, very good set of observations / questions from Anjali, and I would address it by saying that we need to, even in what appears to be difficult times, we need to continue this dialogue on the decolonial. We need to continue this dialogue on relocating remains. I don't take terribly seriously what the present Tory Conservative government is saying, but I know why they're saying it, and the reasons why they're saying it needs to be addressed. Right? And it does have something to do with the colonial, right? Because the colonial project, as I understood it and still continue to understand it, was not simply about dominating peoples or appropriating their relics and so on. It was it was a total environmental project, right? In which the question of husbanding, of mastery were absolutely central. And the way in which it sold itself was always through this language of benevolence or disinterestedness. You know, oh, this is not about us being superior and you being inferior. We're just doing this because it would help you. You know, if we control this line, then we can get rid of the tsetse fly, and then you wouldn't get diseases. Blah 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 blah. You know, in other words, there was always this attempt to make a gulf between the so-called ethical and political, or the ethical and the legal, the political and the practical and the pragmatic. And this is, in a way, what the current Tories are trying to get us back to. You know, to say, well, there's something called education, right? And that education shouldn't be, quote unquote, tainted by, you know, you taking us into territories that are not about education. So let's just go back to this so-called education that's non-tainted then. A couple of months ago, a group of young people in the city of Bristol in England tore down a statue of a slave trader and dumped him, the statue that is, into the Bristol Sea. Most people in positions of power, especially on the right, then dumped on these kids from great heights. Oh, this is terrible, it's illegal, it's vandalism. Right now, what we're talking about here is a trafficker, right? A serial trafficker, rapist, murderer, mass murderer. That's who we're talking about here, not just anyone. So it's a bit like having a statue to Nielsen or any of these major serial killers in America sitting in the middle of a community, right? In which you say to people, don't do anything about that, because to do anything about that is illegal. I want to return to something before the legal. And I think that's what these actions, whether it's about teaching critical history, race theory, or I want to return to the importance of the ethical. Never mind the moral, just the ethical. And that for me precedes and comes before the legal. Okay, so what I would like to know is what a society is doing, having in its midst effigies of human traffickers, mass murderers, serial rapists, that it protects under this garb of the legal. This is really the ethical problem we have with many of the colonial narratives.
But okay? if you'll allow me, John, you're completely, this question about the legal and how the legal is, as you were saying, the ethical and the legal, that's where the critical question lies. Yes. Because if we take that back to the archive, I was just having a Zoom call with a panel with the June Giovanni archive, and copyright, for example. Fine, you can keep us running around in circles around copyright, this and that, but copyright only started in the 1800s. And the Berne Convention changed it, or the copyright laws, all the way up to 1971. So if anybody wants to do anything about copyright, and if the ethical supersedes the legal, not only supersedes, just addresses the legal, then we wouldn't have a problem. The real question is, are you willing? And that's where the whole question of decolonizing, now it's this fancy word that everybody loves using. and which is like the headline of everything we see, but it's being voided of its content. Because if you really want to decolonize, start by the legal frameworks, because that is what is implementing the perpetuation of colonial infrastructures.
But the legal cannot be a guarantor of impunity, you know, for certain narratives or certain institutions. Look, you know, unless, you know, 1956, had Rosa Parks not said, okay, I challenge this law with a slightly higher ethical ideal, which is that as a human being, I am allowed to sit here, right? Occasionally, the legal has to be hijacked in order to point out that there are elements in it that are not, you know, and we have that problem at the moment. There's the cloak of impunity that many institutions of government in this country, but across the world, where there are colonial historical traces, fragments, and so on. People want the cover of impunity placed as a cloak on institutions, on monuments, etc., etc. And I want us to dispute that, not because I don't respect the law, or because I don't think that there are instances where we have to insist on it, but there are clearly moments when it is being used to deprive us of voices and agency in spaces. And when it comes to what we do about the historical, that is certainly one of the means by which this current government here, you know, you hear it from Trump and these people all the time. They go, oh, well, this is our history. No, well, no, it is our history.
It is our history.
Not just yours, it's our history, you know? Yeah. Because, you know, especially with these films, when you go to it, as we had this conversation the first time I was here, you know, people assume that there's something called the cinema, which is on one side, that's all clean and nice, and, you know, it's John Wayne and all that stuff. And then there's something called the ethnographic film, which is sort of a supplement over there somewhere. Not true at all, right? In fact, most national archives have much more of the so-called ethnographic than they do of anything else. And as you watch it, you realize that actually the rules by which much of what we call the cinematic emerged is in those spaces, right? Yeah. In the other spaces. That's where, you know, which is why the bulk of any cinematic archive is in fact of ethnographic stuff, not John Wayne, you know, or Buster Keaton. That's not the majority. The majority of stuff is the medical doctors, the missionaries, the theological societies who, you know, film Bantu life and Tossers life and Ga lives and costumes and ritual. That's the bulk. Right? That is the majority of the moving image on the planet. Right? So the idea that somehow there's something called the colonial, which is about whiteness and therefore not about us, is absolutely the false dichotomy in this instance. You know, we are all central at the table at this formation of this thing. We are absolutely central. We are the subject of this thing. So if we don't have a voice in how it is put dismantled or reassembled, if we don't have a voice, nobody does.
Pervaiz, you had a question.
I think it came out of what Jihan and John were both saying, and it's to John, but it's also about what Jihan was saying in terms of the process. Because I've heard you speaking before that, you know, there's there's obviously in a way that your own work has developed, yes, and an engagement with going through the archive, not just the moving image archive, the paper-based archives, the sonic archives, yes, the paintings, yes, the process. I know you've said at times there was a luxury in the past when you were part of a collective. You spent a lot of time going through the process, yes, and engaging with those different materials. And because obviously we're looking at the way that archives aren't just the moving image. The moving image is one aspect of it. And if you could just elaborate on that, and I know both of you probably have things just on that area, please.
Jihan, you can have a go at that, surely.
Well, about 10 minutes left.
I think the moving image is obviously only one aspect of it, but it's a very powerful one. Paper, documents are another passion, and ironically, I got a bit hooked on first editions of newspapers, because there's something about the first edition. I don't know if it happens everywhere in the world, but the newspapers come out like past midnight, and the fresh time someone, oh no, don't print this. The edition you actually find in the morning doesn't have the same news. And so I spent a lot of time trying to find the first and second edition of the same newspaper, and you'd be surprised to see that. I guess, I mean, it just brings me back to, I'm just kind of obsessed by deconstructing how we are taken into a mythology of thinking that the event and this is what happened, and then you find the same newspaper on the same day, edition 1 and edition 2. What happened isn't really what happened. So I collect a lot of newspapers, but you need space for that, by the way. And my archives are all over the place. So newspapers and sound. Sound, I think, is one of, for me, that I'm paying more attention to. But it started with finding these DAT tapes of burnt images, and then you suddenly realize that we always look at sound as secondary when you're looking for the moving image, but actually sound gives a complete different narrative. The way the image tells you a different story through body language, even if the words are coming out. The sound, the soundscapes, where things were happening, how they were happening, the bells chiming in the background. I mean, and I think sound archives for me, at the moment at least, are a complete different space of creativity, but also are somehow allowing me a bit more freedom. Alongside, I mean, obviously when I talk, it's not, you don't kind of leave one practice and go to another. And I always, it's been a personal battle, because I started as a photographer. Like my first job ever, and to move from a photographer to be a journalist took forever, because people always wanted to keep you, that's what you do, that's what you can do. And that's what you do, then you're a writer. And to go from a writer to documentary, and like each and every one, people try to keep you in that niche, because that's what you only. And I think what's fascinating for me is that each and every one comes with its own archive and with its own process of accumulation. Because when I was a photographer, my interest was primarily in stills photography. So the amount of glass plates I have was out of a practice, a process that came out of that practice. But you don't kind of leave it behind. It's part of, you take all these things along with you. And I think when you get to a certain point, there are very few moments when all these practices come together with their archives, with their processes, and they're intertwined. You don't leave anything behind. I don't know for you, John. You don't leave things behind. You hope to. You keep saying, okay, let me get rid of this. It's overwhelming, but you don't.
I mean, we've just moved the studio, and like very sadly again, the bulk of stuff that we're bringing to the space takes up more room than is left for us to work in. So something's got to give. Not sure how we're going to manage that. We've already got 2 spaces that are packed with stuff from the Black Audio period that I worked in. So attics that are packed, so we're going to have to work something out. I mean, the reasons for why all that material is there is, yes, as Pervaiz said, it's when you look at these hundreds, and then literally they're 200 boxes. Some have rushes of 16mm and 35 film that needs to be kept in a very specific kind of way. So we're trying to continue to build spaces that are cooler for them. We've got newspaper cutouts from the 40s, the 50s, the 1890s that also needs to be stored in a very particular way. Reel-to-reel tapes with sound, in a way, our library of material pretty much mirrors how we've worked, and how I continue to work, which is to call an array of archival resources, which are then kind of lined up in some sort of relation of affinity to each other. And what I have found, which is really where most of the work originates, is exactly what Jihan was referring to, the slippage, the gap, the gulf between things,
right.
Even first and second editions. And it's in that space of what the Marxists used to call relative autonomy that the work actually starts, because it's those gaps that are the suggestive gaps. Either for constructing new fictions, or alternative historiographies, or counter cartographies, or narratives of becoming whatever. It starts in the assumption that there are spaces of entropy, as you used before, in which a kind of emergency is at work, an emergency of possible disappearance, but also of reappearance and appearance. And I take those gaps seriously. I try and find mechanisms for activating those gaps, activating the potentials of those gaps, to see what they might speak had they been, filled. So sometimes it's just voices. I mean, one of the things I loved about making Last Angel of history, for instance, the project we did on Afrofuturism in the 90s, was just hearing people speak. You go around the world, Detroit, New York, LA, London, Birmingham, interviewing people, and you get this cacophony, and you realize the ways in which the archive presents itself in our lives.
Yeah.
The memorial routes by which it sort of maps itself onto our psyches is very, very different. So people have lived, you're talking about a group of young men of color, Black men, who've grown up pretty much roughly in the same time, and yet their takes on things are completely different. Yeah, what Goldie has to say about sound is really different from what DJ Spooky has to say, which is really different from Derek May, which is really different from Kojo Eshin. I mean, and yet, the paradox is they've grown up in that. This is what the archive is. This is the presence of the archive.
What's interesting in what you've both said and in your work, I think, respectively, I think there's a lot to be said about your work. And I think bringing the two of you together, there's just simply not enough time. There's simply not enough time because you come at this thing from different places, but it seems like you've converged and then crossed. It's just, I actually had a lot more, I think, to ask about actually your actual practice. And I'm glad this is kind of where we're arriving to, especially because we've run out of time.
No.
It's simply deplorable. But the thing that is interesting to me is when I think of both your work and my encounter with it and how those interviews that you do and the way that you do explain what you're calling alignments or the way you line things up, both of you, both gives me meaning, narrative, context, etc. But it also gives me a new set of, it gives new archive. The interviews you do create are new archive. So I see this thing that you're describing as a body just growing and it's infinite and it's kind of our remembering it and putting it together and taking it apart and does it speak, does it not speak? What is really clear is that it's an ever-growing thing. And that's what's truly exciting about this. And what I've appreciated is that we've got to see a little bit how the both of you approach that body because it's a very complex thing and it can be overwhelming. But also how you love it and what you're trying to do, what you believe you're doing. I think that's been a blessing. It's been a gift. We have to end this conversation. I can't believe that.
I'm sorry, but thank you very much. Hey, I'm sorry to have to draw it to a close. It's just that we've got other panels that we have to get on with. Appreciate your being there, John and Jihan and Palesa. Yes, it's like an unfinished conversation, as we know. Yes, we'll continue.
It's been an unfinished conversation for a long time.
Bye, everyone.
Okay.
Real pleasure. Take care.
Are we on? Okay, excellent. Hello, welcome to this panel. I'm very, very pleased to be co-moderating it with my great friend and colleague, Reece Auguiste, and of course with the biographer of the great Usman Samben, Samba Gadjigo. So the title of our panel is Rescuing the Sorry. Okay, sorry, I had my YouTube going on. Excuse me, I apologize. So sort of a loop here. Anyway, so welcome to the panel. So the title is Rescuing the Samben Archive. I think it's very appropriate that we are having this after the previous two panels, actually, because in fact, Samben was a living witness, actor, agent of each of these periods. Yeah, Samben obviously was born in the colonial period, and so was part, in fact, consumed this colonial archive in many ways as part of growing up as a colonial subject in Senegal. He obviously was also an actor in the decolonization process, being in France in particular from 1947 to 1960 roughly, where of course he started working as a writer, attended some of the most important events in the, let's say, intellectual and cultural decolonization of the continent. I'm thinking of the famous Présence Africaine conferences of 56 and 59. And of course, he decided to return home, let's say, at the dawn of independence to participate cinematically to precisely that nation building project. And was obviously also part and parcel of this Cold War dynamics, having been trained in the Soviet Union, first even going there first as a writer and then returning as a film student this time, and probably many more times in Tashkent, for example, to show his films. And so, and of course, having lived through the transformation of this continent until the era of globalization. So he's a figure who really, really threads through all the different periods, the different moments that we've been talking about so far. Now, and then obviously, I don't think he really needs introduction, but obviously, in terms of his significance, we know that he's, of course, one of the both literal and figurative monuments of African cinema. Yeah, and so given that our work is about the archive, it was essential that we also feature such a figure who is both himself an archive of African history, an archive of African cinema, an archive of even world cinema in some ways, and of course through his own work that also now constitute the archive of what we understand as African cinema, and even in terms of, let's say, laying out both a political, ideological, aesthetic project, so to speak, for the cinema of that continent. And so, hence the title, Father of African Cinema. And so he's so central to the emergence, the existence of African cinema, to the identity of African cinema, to even the project, the legacy of African cinema. And so his place in this discussion is obviously central, not the least of which reason is, of course, that the notion of historical conscience and consciousness was always central also to his work, and that he was battling against amnesia and erasure, the erasure of Africa from both micro and macro narratives of the world. And in that sense, he also touches on some of the discussions that we're having here. He himself, in some ways, constituted archives, if you will, that were of stories that had not really made it profoundly into the historical narrative. One could think about, for example, the Kandre Charoy, so to speak, at least not predominant. So his films and novels constitute an archive of the transformation of the continent from independence to globalization, so to speak. And he was, of course, one of the best observers of such transformation or lack of transformation, depending on how one wants to see it. So he's therefore one of the figures through whom it's possible to read the times, even as he himself to a large extent, and he liked to say that the artist has to have his fingers on the pulse of his time. And I think it is fair to say that he was very much such an artist. And so Sembène passed away in 2007. So it's been a while now. And so the question of also the legacy that he left behind, he left us a broad legacy of films, of novels, of papers, and even artwork, etc., that he left behind, that demand, that ask of it, that we interrogated, that we revisited, in particular precisely to really reconnect it to the kind of conversation that we are trying to have as part of Reframing Africa in terms of thinking the archival from Africa, and let's say in relation to Africa. And so it's my great pleasure, our great pleasure, to really receive Samba Gadjigo today, to really go through many aspects of this. And so we would like to ask Samba, therefore, first to give us a sense of broadly, before entering into the detail about the physical dimensions of the Sembène archive, what does he think is, let's say, the significance of Sembène itself as an archive of a particular project, of a particular project? Yeah, and yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Boubacar, and the whole team out there. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be invited here to talk about Ousmane Sembène's archive. Actually, I love the title, Rescuing the Sembène Archive. I was just saying to myself yesterday, I think we should not be talking about the rescuing, but the rescued Sembène archive. So along that kind line of thinking, if I may, Aboubakar and the others, is just to present very briefly the rescued archive, what we have right now and where it is. And then I'll give the highlights of the rescuing, meaning the process of getting them from Galle Ceddo in Dakar to where they are right now. So it's very, very, again, I would like this to be on a mode of conversation and also just exchanging ideas and the thoughts. It's still, you will understand, it is still very, very raw for me to talk about the role I played personally in rescuing this archive, because fortunately, in 1989, when I first met Sembène in person, I would say maybe our biographies have been intertwined. I've been very, very much involved with him at a personal level, like father-son relationship, or scholar to author relationship, and so on and so forth. So it's still very, very difficult to talk about, but I will try my best. First, as I said, I would like to talk, Boubacar, about the rescued material as it is right now. For your information, the Sembène archive, as we speak, is now at the Lilly Library at the Indiana University in Bloomington, Indiana, in the United States. Just even mentioning where it is right now, it gives me some pinching in my heart, and you will understand why, I hope, later. It is at the Lilly Library. They arrived there about 3 years ago in 29 boxes. 29 boxes of material, which correspond to about 50 feet of material. The title of the collection is Sembène Ousmane Manuscript, 1956 to 2007, meaning then it dates from the publication of his first novel in 1956 to the year he died in 2007, meaning then it's about what, so a little bit over 50 years of memory, if you will. The collection number is, just for those of you who are curious to try to find it later, is L as in Louisiana, M as in mountain, C as in Congo, LMC 2943. So that's where the archive, actually after our conversation, if you want to look at it, you can go online and see the entire thing. I have here on paper, of course I cannot show it, it's not very convenient. So that is rescued. The content here is, for the content, I'll just again here summarize what is in the archival document here. As I said, it is about 50 feet. It includes published as well as unpublished manuscripts, film scripts, hundreds of leaves of correspondence, notebooks, photographs, and so on and so forth. Boubacar, you asked me to talk about the significance of Sembène. And to do that, I think I'll just summarize how the archivist presented it. Ousmane Sembène's archive documents not only the life and the career of Ousmane Sembène, the novelist, but in a larger sense, the genesis of African film. Voluminous correspondence, manuscripts, etc., date back to the late 50s, recording Sembène's creative. I hear a lot of background noise. So dating from the late 50s, it records Ousmane Sembène's creative development on a personal level first, namely his transition into filmmaker, alongside the broader experience of writing and directing in Africa. His correspondence charts his numerous projects, his relationship with other filmmakers, as well as with politicians and officials at home and abroad. The archive also illustrates the issues of censorship and banning, the day-to-day process of production and distribution, the level of personal relationship, the travels, and much more. There are also notes and drafts that are present and which give us an insight into his major accomplished work, as well as projects he has never realized when he was alive. Very briefly, different categories in the content. You have the films. As of now at Indiana, if you go to do the research, you have insight into all his films, going from Brom Saret, 1963, Nyai, 64, to Molade, 2004. Those are the films that Sembène has directed when he was alive. But then he had a lot of other projects that never materialized. Those are Momen, which was already ready in 1964. Samuri, I'm sure all of you who know about Sembène's work, who know about Sembène, you know how significant that film project has been for him, and he worked on it for 35 years. That's Samuri. Then Guts Bits of Wood, what many people did not know was that Sembène himself had already prepared to transform it into a film, which has never happened. But for your information right now, it is the Danny Glover, the African-American director, who has the right to Guts Bits of Wood for making a feature film. Then there is another film that has never got made. The title is Maudo, which is an adaptation of a novel titled The Last of the Empire. So those are the, of course, there is also one dating back to the mid-80s. The title is Jib, J-I-I-B. So that all those give you, I mean, documents, correspondence, so on. His struggles trying to make a summary. It's all collected there. And then you have the novels, short stories, poetry, non-fiction, and what the archive labels as related material. For the novels, you have Docker Noir. Abubakar talked about it, which is his first novel. You have L'Harmattan, 1964. Khala, the short story, 1973. Le Dernier de l'Empire, 1981. So those are the published novels whose traces you can find at Indiana. Of course, it does not represent all his literary work. And then the unpublished novel we found that's really very, very, I had never heard about it. It's Tukhmi. Tukhmi is the title in Wolof. Tukhmin, to smoke. Then, then you have Kadu. Kadu is the first Wolof literary journal. Well, actually, let's say just the journal that Samba created with others in 1972. When we talk about Samba, of course, we talk about Samba, mostly about Samba the filmmaker, and then the Samba the novelist or the short story writer. But what we don't know, and which you'll find a wealth of it at Indiana, is the poems that Samba wrote. He wrote poems, never published them, except one, which dates back to even before Le Docker Noir, but the same year, 1956, a poem he published titled Liberté, Liberty. Then you have many essays and articles which have not been published. Then, of course, third category, meaning the correspondence, is also there, dating back, as we said, from 1956 to the year he died in 2007. Notebooks and diaries, photographs and ephemera. We found over 2,000 photographs in Samba's albums. I mean, which really gives a visual testimony to the people he has met around the world, not only in Senegal, in Africa, I mean, in all categories of life. And then what they titled here, of course, as printed material. So, if you will, that is really the content and the significance of this archive. Now, that we have talked about the rescued material, I would like to talk about the rescuing itself, the operation itself. That's where really I become very emotional, because it has been a very, very, very difficult, but it's in one single day, I would go from being totally happy, exhilarated, to being completely depressed by the process. But just I'll try to walk you through how that went. Truth be told, the issue of keeping Samban's memory, archive, and work actually came up even before Samban died. When I started going to his house in 1989, already I had noticed something Samban was doing which was heartbreaking, which means burning some of his manuscripts, his drafts. I became very, very worried about that, because of course I had assigned myself the work of keeping Samban's memory, and I was witnessing the voluntary destruction of the traces of that memory. So I've been trying in our conversations in a very subtle way to make him aware of the necessity to keep those traces. So the process started 2 years before Samban passed. They started in 2005. Still, memory still fresh in my mind. We were at Yale University and we had presented his latest film, Mwalade. And then a colleague at Yale, Dudley Andrew, maybe some of you know, approached Samban. So what about Mr. Samban, what about giving us the honor to house your papers here at Yale? Well, Samban turned to him and said, well, write to Samba and then we'll talk about it later. So I have the first email that Dudley Andrew wrote to Samban in 2005, after the screening of Mola at Yale, asking exactly, Samba, what I summarized for you. I read, translated for Samba, and Samba asked me, tell him I am for the idea. I agree with the idea in principle. I don't know when and how it is going to happen, but I have one precondition. Whoever acquires my papers has to put in writing and signed that a copy will be made available to the African continent. Once we agree on that, every other things are subject to negotiation. So the process started even before Samba died. Samba died in June 9th, 2007. Actually, coincidence. I was on a plane from New York to Dakar to go see Samba because I knew from his housekeeper that he was in his final days. So he died in 2007. Of course, all the document, everything was in his house in two parts. One in his study, in what we call maybe the basement or the first floor, and then the rest of it was in his bedroom. So he had two working spaces. His bedroom, where he has a lot of books archived, and then in his official office. So all of Samba's memory was in that very enclosed space. Maybe some of you may not know, but Abubakar knows the location of Gallechedo, sitting there right on the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, literally you have your feet in water. It is a house that Samba built with his own hands in 1967, right a year after the premiere of Black Girl. But anyway, so the archive were there from 2007 to 2011, meaning 4 years, locked up in that space with no ventilation. I mean, with all the insect and so on and so forth, and water, rain. So 4 years later, I decided, I mean, I did not know what the condition was after those 4 years, but I decided to do something about it. But where to start, I don't know. So I talked to his Samban's estate, meaning his children, who, there are 3 of them, and who agreed with the presence of their lawyers to go to Galleched and to open those 2 spaces. So we opened the study and we opened the bedroom. I mean, my documentary gives you a glimpse of the chaos that was in the house, but I cannot tell you, I cannot drive home the feelings I had to see Samban's life and life's work littered, literally, on the ground. So we did that, looked at it, and then, of course, the second step, well, now we have seen the condition in which the documents are, what to do about it. Certainly, and that's where I think your title comes in, we need a rescue mission, literally rescue mission, because the danger was there, it was palpable, it was visible. The Senegalese government, nobody, after all the celebration, after all the trumpeting and the drums went down, just, it was the beginning of a total process of erasure, literally, and Boubacar used the word. So I had to have permission to do something about it. So I got that permission. They told me, now on, we entrust you with the rescue. I knew already that there were some legal issues because in Senegalese laws, when it comes to, they have 2 categories. You have the public papers, administration, and so on and so forth, and then you have the private papers. Of course, I did not deal with the public aspect, but just the private. I was made to understand that, yes, it is private, but Senegal has the first right to these papers, meaning if they are going to be sold privately, that it is the state first that has to say yes or no. That took almost 3 years. But I started the process. Of course, I decided also to explore other issues, other areas where to put it if the opportunity arises. Well, there were 3 universities, well, there were 2 initial universities interested in 2011 to 2012. First was Columbia University. I contacted the librarian of the African Studies at Columbia and just talked about it. Oh yes, we are very much interested. Now Columbia were the first, but very, very quickly they shied away from the project because it is archive material coming from abroad. And they had had previous issues with that kind of document. So very easily they came out of the picture. Then of course, Yale came up. Well, with Yale, the problem was also that they knew about the exit visa issue. And that is something I could not solve in Senegal. I had realized.
Samba,
yes.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. It appears that we actually have less time than I thought we have.
Okay.
We don't actually have a full hour. Okay. So if you could maybe wrap up that part and then we can sort of enter into the exchange with the audience.
I'm done actually. Good,
okay.
Good point. So anyway, so that took from the process study took from 2011 to 2019. The papers arrived at Indiana in 2019, while in 2020, as I said, you can go to their website, you will see all the material there. There are other issues I would like to deal with, but I hope those are going to come up in the question answers, ethical issues, political issues, and so on and so forth. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Samba. Evidently, there's a lot to talk about in terms of, say, Semben and the sound archive, Semben, obviously the literary archive, Semben in terms of film. So far, the discussion has focused mainly on the literary aspect of Semben. One of our participants, Rosemary Nayoli, poses this particular question, which raises both ethical and moral questions. She says, why preserve Semben archives in Lilly Library in Indiana, US, and not in Africa, the origin of its being, of its becoming, if you like? And you've somewhat touched on some of those issues, but maybe you can also delve a little bit deeper in terms of questions of ownership and access and those kinds of issues.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Yes, I think that's the question that has been, still sometimes it tortures me to tell you the truth. Because yes, Semben, Senegalese, Semben Pan-Africanists who fought all his life to kind of galvanize the African people, to put a mirror in front of them, to be the educator, to use his art as a political instrument, as he puts it. Why, after his death, take Semben's papers outside? That has been a question that tortured, but as I told you initially, Semben had already given me at least what I considered a pointer by telling Dudley Andrew at Yale, I'm open to the idea of having my archive come to Yale, meaning go abroad, but a copy should be made and left to Africans. I think he had already given me the pointers. And besides, the question was, yes, very, very difficult, but also very easy at the same time, because I can give you a list of all artists, writers, Senegalese, Birago Diop, Senghor, who died and left no trace in Senegal. Their papers just vanished. The administration was not interested. So for me, the choice was between a total erasure of Semben's memory and finding a compromise whereby I could have them materially rescued, conserved, digitized, and made available to not only Senegal, but the rest of the world. And quite frankly, if I had to do it again, I would repeat it without hesitation. Without hesitation, because yes, if I had followed, it's not really an easy issue. And this is, again, for the first time I talk about it in public. It is not very, very easy, but I think let me tell you about the condition of the National Archive in Senegal today. Almost inexistent. Almost inexistent. The condition of conservation are horrible. So to answer your question, why Samban's archive at the Lily Library, for me, it was a choice of finding a workable compromise and letting Samban's documents completely disappear.
Could you maybe address what steps are being taken at Indiana University to digitize these literary scripts and manuscripts and all these documents that they now have in their possession? Because over a period of time, as you know, these documents can easily deteriorate and get damaged. So I'm kind of interested in knowing what steps are being taken to digitize this, was it like 29 boxes of materials?
Well, actually, that process is well underway, and I'm not giving Indiana excuses, but I think it were not because of the COVID. I would have said right now it would have been almost completed, because I visited the Lily Library about a year ago. The cataloging is already complete, it's already there. So since we don't have much time, and to just give you in a nutshell, it has already been cataloged. The digitization is going on, and here is a contract, and a copy is going to be made and sent to Senegal.
Question. I want to put in a question very quickly.
Yes.
Just to return precisely to this issue of Indiana, and I'm wondering if, because obviously part of even the Reframing Africa project and some of the discussions that we've had since this morning have to also perhaps do with some form of, I don't know, we talked about repatriation, we talked about, I think, or for me personally, as part of other work that I'm doing within FIPASI and so on, the question of building archival infrastructure precisely so that such migration, unfortunate for political purposes, but I wouldn't say, but let's say, compromissory for preservational purposes, if I could call it so. If, let's say, if you are not opening a can of worms in some ways. In other words, the idea of having the papers of African artists, intellectuals, filmmakers, in our case, since that is our focus, start to migrate outside of the continent. Now that, let's say, Samba has opened the way, since he was such an ideological force in terms of actualizing a certain sense of African pride, African sovereignty, and so on, including in the domain of the archive. I'm wondering if by deciding, I wonder if, let's say, that exchange with Dudley was sufficient to take it away. In other words, whether other possibilities could not have been imagined. For example, since Indiana University has the means to bring them all to purchase them, and to bring them all the way to Indiana and save them, could they not precisely, let's say, even if we want to play the developmentalist card here, could they not have turned Galechedo or another space in Dakar or anywhere on these other 53 countries, 55 countries on the continent, set up something that would, of course, that would be, for we, the continent would be extremely grateful precisely for enabling the patrimony of Samba to remain in Africa, because we cannot imagine in their case the constitution of the US being in Joburg or in Accra, for example, or the Declaration of Independence, which are so fundamentally part of the identity formation of this country. And these archives are, because Sembène is part of the construction of African identity through his own personal life, through his work, through his cinema. And so what do you have to say about that? In other words, the possibility of really, instead of keeping on just shocked because they have the means and therefore there's a kind of, almost I feel like Jibril Job Mambeti and Linguère Ramatu type of figure here, right? So that you wait, almost waiting till the person has no clothes on their body before you really literally take. So I'm wondering if there's something, some reflection, in other words. Obviously, we're happy that it's there, that's been digitized, but if some other forms of reflection can also take place in a parallel manner, whereby obviously our states have to be beaten up more, African states have to be beaten up a little more so that that thing can happen. There's a lot of work to do on the continent. This is also the proof that we have a lot of work to do ourselves. That's clear. But if other ways of thinking about this could have been possible.
Yeah, could you just be brief because we're running out of time? So try to
certainly that kind of thinking should have been possible. It was even possible, and we had that kind of conversation mostly with Colombia. And what Colombia basically told me is, you summed it up. We are interested in Sembène. We are not interested in investing money to build a cultural infrastructure in Africa. Basically, that's what it is. And as they say in French, with avec des si on peut mettre Paris dans une bouteille, if you could put Paris into a bottle, meaning yes, a lot of scenario, other possibilities could have been opened. But again, not to justify, I told you from the beginning, the process I went through, how I did it, if I had to repeat it, I would do exactly the same thing, maybe with new insight and so on and so forth. For me, it was a race against time. For me, it was a race. I could not wait for the Senegalese government to understand that Sembène is important while the mice are sitting there and eating the papers. So again, it is not the ideal situation, but I worked with what I had. And as I told you from my preamble, it gives me pinches in my heart. But sometimes I look at myself in a mirror, I say to myself, you did the right thing.
Just very briefly, Samba, could you speak to what's happening to the other elements of the Sembène archive, the films, the sound archives, and so on and so forth? Do you have any information about that body of work?
Yeah, there is a whole as you know, there is a whole restoration effort that is going on now for Sembène film, and actually Boubacar is very active in that process. There are also already Black Girl and the Borom Saret have been restored, and as we speak, the restoration of Mandabi is going on. Both Boubacar and I are working on that, and there is a project to rescue more of its films. Another thing that is being done also is Sembène across Africa. I mean, this is, as I told you, in less than a week, we have already more than 700,000 people that's going on. And of course, bringing again the conversation to framing Africa, and it broadens the scope of conversation about Ousmane Sembène. So there is a lot of work being done. And I know in the US, there are foundations that are ready to contribute in transforming Galle Ceddo into a cultural space.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much. I guess we have to wrap it up here. So
okay, great. Well, listen, thank you for inviting me. This is a great opportunity. If I can bring more to the conversation, I would be more than happy to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
So this clearly opens up a lot of discussions about, I think one of the threads that we could have for the rest is actually the question of the papers of African filmmakers more generally in South Africa and other places. But we'll leave it there. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Take it away. Or Reece, you want to say?
Yes, thank you very much. Am I online?
Yeah, we see you.
Okay, so sorry. Hello. So thank you very much, Samba, Abubakar, and Reece for the session on Semben. I'd like to just remind people that we're here tomorrow, yes, and you have details in the emails you've received about tomorrow. There are various clips that you can watch online. And also, if you've had the program, which I think all of you have, in about an hour or so, and maybe an hour and 20 minutes, you can actually tune in via the internet into a discussion looking at the significance of Semben in the past, but also equally in the present. Yes, so what is Semben's significance today? And a number of speakers, including Jihan and other colleagues who are very knowledgeable, will be taking part in that discussion. So please join us for that, because it's going to be looking at Semben's legacy, not the archives, but his political, cultural legacy in the present, and what it means for Africa and what it means for the world. Yes, so hopefully you'll be able to tune into that. It's very simple. You just go to the Semben Across Africa webpage if you're not aware of it, but if you look in your documents, there's a link through that too as well. Take care. See you all tomorrow. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Bye.